Hi everyone, are we ready for Mama to play some visual novel with horror elements?
Boop. Hi, everyone. Hi. Hope you're doing fantastic today. You know what? We got Remy working. Hi. Hi, Dad. Hi. Yeah, Remy's finally working. Imagine that.
Zero Best Fox says, who is the best person in the world?
Hydrate. Oh, I will.
Rami thinks the best person in the world is someone who spreads love, kindness, and positivity wherever they go. We all have the power to make a difference.
No, so cute. Mm.
VLKYRIE.
How does Remy work? I have a program for him that has basically taken his little voice box and sewn right into his body. So whenever I squeeze him really tight, he will answer you guys. He's really trying. I love it. Yeah, he is absolutely a sweetheart. I have my mouth isn't really reacting a lot. That's interesting. A little better. Still some delay though. Hmm. It's fine. But how are you guys? How are you guys? How we doing this fine Sunday? Are we ready for tomorrow? Are we ready for tomorrow? Drink something hot. Excuse you? No, I'm drinking cold. How's my throat? Uh oh, you heard it? I'm so sorry. um no, it's just lately it's been weird. Um but yeah. Another spoopy. Yes, spoopy. You're excused. Why, thank you, Foxy. Are you getting sick? I severely do not hope so. Mm-mm. I do not hope so at all. Hell no. I have some things planned that I would love to do this coming week, especially for tomorrow, because I'm going out for sushi and it's all you can eat. So voice seems different. New mic? No? Is it bad? Is it bad? Hang on. Is it on the right mic? Yeah, it's on the right mic. No, it's not bad. Oh, okay. Is it weird? No, thank you. Sound new? No, it's the same. Um, could it be because I am in a different environment and it could be a little more echoey? I can't stay long today. Phone data. Oh, it's okay, Cutoff. It's okay. I still appreciate you so much for joining in. But have a good stream. All right, have a great day, darling. Thank you so much for joining in. Fresh out the box sound? Oh yeah. Well, kind of, because the room is sort of like a box. So in a way, maybe. Oh, that could be. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday! And I have a game planned for us guys. We're gonna be playing Tavern Talk? Yes. And just hanging out, being cozy. Cause then I can finally do a cozy game. It's my birthday tomorrow. And I'm gonna be streaming for you guys. Because I
Hey, streamer, someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. Because that's what I want to do on my birthday. But before stream, I'm gonna be eating sushi, and I'm so excited for that. But yeah, so we have sushi tomorrow, then we have stream, and I'll be starting my stream like when it's on a Tuesday. But for those who are in the 2 streams in a row, yeah, 2 streams in a row. Imagine that. Sushi, yes, very much. Delige indeed. Delig? Yes. I will see if I can get some pictures taken before I eat the sushi tomorrow. So on the Discord there might be some sushi pictures. Who knows? So keep an eye out for that. Delicious, yes. Delicious. Delicious. I always just write delish, like Delics. Huh? No. Sushi paste? Yeah. Deilsh, like delish. That's the way I spell it for some reason. It's weird, I know. Why don't we get started with the game? Yes, I do very much need that right now because my brain went numb. So let me turn this off. And then let's head over to... Is it this one? No. There we go. No. There we go. Let's continue from where we left off last time. So for those who weren't here last time, we were playing this game called The Letter. The Letter is a game where you start off as a realtor and you need to sell a house. And you need to sell a house because you are trying to provide for your family back into the Philippines. Your dad got sick, so you're now basically somewhat of a provider. So you go to this big mansion and you have to sell it. But it seems that it is a haunted mansion. And there's some tension between the friends too, which is interesting, to say the least. And then we have someone called Ash, who has his ringtone set of himself. Which is so dumb. But it's okay. Yeah, some of them I'll be reading and some of them I won't. But yeah. She throws a wave over her shoulder as she rushes out of the office. The lunchtime bell sounds shortly after, followed by a chatter of fellow agents also heading out for a much-needed break. Ordinarily, that gets me every time. There's no need for me to go out. But oversleeping didn't allow me the luxury of packing my own lunch today. If one considered taking an instant noodle cup from my pantry was packing lunch. Time to make a good promise. I made Becca, I suppose. Maybe invite Zach and Ash too. In the end, only Becca and Zach would come. Ash, on the other hand, couldn't be reached. All my calls went straight to his voicemail. He's in it again. Right here today. Gone the next day. Oh well, it's lost. And we have agreed to meet at a nearby cafe, and the same one I frequent with Becca because it's cheap and they give away free bread around the closing time. Quaint a little old-fashioned though it looks a wee bit out of place amidst the city tall's built. Though looks a wee bit out of place amidst the city's tall buildings, but we love it all the same. Much like its facade, the interior carries an antiquated charm to it. A vintage art piece and a row of shelves boasting an extensive collection of book covers for the wall. It would have been nice to hang out here for hours on end, but even on the weekends, the place is still packed with people. Thankfully, Becca and Zach have already found their seats and are engaged in some casual chatter when I arrive. When I arrive. God damn it. It's strange to see two of them without Ash accompanying the other. They've never been particularly close. Sure, they talk when they meet. What are you noting down, Foxy? Laugh at the same things, but when there is something funny, but there's a distance. They're kind of born purely out of the difference interest. Nothing, continue, please. That or Zach's simply afraid of Becca. It's not impossible, and I won't blame him if he is. Okay. He might be the tallest in a group, but everyone knows that might means nothing against Becca's temper. Even I am a little scared of her.
Zach! Becca! Well, you seem to be in a better mood today. What happened? I know that smile, Belle. Come on, still.
Hi, Nikki.
Don't rush me. Let's order food first, okay?
Oh, ow. Hi, Paz. Thank you for the alert, darling. I hope you have a wonderful day. A waitress comes by to take our order. On a normal day, me and Becca will order a hearty servings of their special vegetarian stoveries? Stoveries? Mm-hmm. Zach takes anything with a good helping of meat and sausages or potatoes in it. Okay, good to know. But today's a good day. Great even. It's not wrong to indulge a little, right?
Today's special. For the three of us.
Hi,
Hey,
Eve!
streamer. Someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you! Hi, darling. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Eve! Oh, and Remy is working again. So he could say, bah! Stretch, I will thank you. You gotta do the same, monkey. How are you, bestie? Oh, I'm doing okay.
Bah.
Yeah, see, I'm doing okay. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Really excited. I can't wait to share my birthday with you guys. It's gonna be amazing. But how are you? Did I already ask that? No, I didn't. Yeah. The birth of the day? Yes, the birth of the day. But the ram was born. I'm okay. Are you heading home from work, or have you or have you been home? I try to remember your oh, I mixed up Tuesdays. That one day of the year where you get old. Oh, you got good. Oh, I hope you got some good shopping then. I hope you got the things you wanted. Even the person jotting down our order looks surprised at today's meals choice. She writes it nevertheless, and leaves out the common. The not fun adulting shopping. Listen, I can understand that very much. The olge, yes. Becca furrows her eyebrows and her mouth halfway open, ready to let loose what's likely a string of reprimands.
Don't worry. It's my treat.
The glare she sends my way reminds me of the one I received from Mama when I was punched as a kid bullying my younger brother 18 years ago. Naturally, I never did it again after she made me apologize the next day. But Becca is far from being my mom. I would hope so. She's your friend. A small sheepish grin is enough to turn that frown into a defeated sigh. Food arrives in the middle of the funny story from Zach, putting the rest of the conversation on a hold, as we are each served our order. I just penned away too much in the grocery store too. Oh, you spent? Ah. Oh. It's okay, Nikki. At least you would have gotten what you wanted, right? But it isn't anything fancy. That does look good though. A pan-roasted sea bass with citrus dressing asparagus, and a portion of mashed potatoes on the side. Or at least, that's what the daily specials board says. I never did pay attention to it whenever I come here, since they price whatever's written way above what I'm willing to spend on food on a single day.
Oh, good. I'm so hungry, I think I'm dying.
You're always hungry.
Hey, not all the time.
Let me guess. You skipped breakfast again.
Don't give it Ma'am, don't give me that sassy look. But it's really good to see you here again, Eve. I hope you're doing fantastic today.
Not on purpose. I may have overslept by a few seconds today.
Right then. Stop stalling, Isabella. What's this about?
Let us say it, Rebecca. She wouldn't be inviting us out if it wasn't worth hearing out.
Well, we're waiting.
I'm treating you guys to a once-in-a-century thing.
An expectant grin breaks out on my face, except...
I'm sorry, say that again.
And this is important because...
Becca only raises an eyebrow at me while Zach appears like he didn't get the punchline to another lame joke as Ash made. And desperately searching for someone to explain it. Ash not here. We should celebrate.
Okay, let me do that again. Guess what, guys? I'm paying! I sold the house!
As the news sinks in, their expression goes from sheer bewilderment to utter surprise. That's more like it.
You heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. As of today, I, Maria Isabella Grace Cruz Santos, am free from my instant noodle binge.
Seriously?
Hold it, Belle. You sold the house?
Yep.
Which house is this? In Anselm Village? The one with the open house yesterday?
The one and only. Come on, Becca. I know you've got a better memory than that.
Oh, wow. That's...
Why is she... She lets out a hum. Although she's nodding, she gives it the impression of someone who has heard something unbelievable. And she's still forcing her brain to absorb it. Did she think we wouldn't be able to sell it? Have some faith in me, Becca. I'm not your best friend. Am I not your best friend or what?
You don't believe me?
The words tumble out of my mouth before I can stop them. I've been trying to avoid bringing up yesterday's little spat, and judging from the looks on their faces, it seemed like they're too. Me and my stupid mouth.
I'm sure it ain't the way you're thinking, Bella.
No, I do believe you.
Your body language said other, lady.
But don't you think the sale happened a bit too fast? The open house only started yesterday, and now you already have a buyer?
It happens from time to time.
Yeah, but... Look, I'm happy for you. Just yesterday, you've been really worried where to get money for your dad's new treatment. And now, all of a sudden, you have something. What if the sale doesn't push through, or I don't know, they're a fraud, or they suddenly back out? Isn't it a little too early to celebrate?
Rebecca does have a point, Bella. If you haven't closed the deal yet, there's still a chance they'll go back on it.
They don't seem like it to me. The lady appeared to really want it, and she approached me without even finishing the tour.
Pressured me into it, more like. But I'm not going to tell Becca about that. Knowing her, she'll only worry.
And she already hired someone to handle the house's interior design.
You're joking. Who would do that?
The Wrights, apparently. It's actually pretty funny. She's a bit too excited to get the property, she forgot to buy it. At any rate, they've already signed the agreement today, so it's just a matter of time. And don't tell anyone about this, but Ma'am Hannah also gave us something extra.
Something as in...
As in,
money.
It's why I can treat you two to a free meal.
I'm more surprised you accepted it.
She didn't really give us a choice in the matter. So don't lose sleep over this, okay? The couple really want the house.
Yeah, they did.
If Rose didn't stop them, they'd likely have paid up front for it yesterday. That's despite the legends, too. I even tried to show them the letter. But nope. I want this house, darling. Go take all our money.
Darling is definitely not spelled like that. It's spelled like D-A-R-L-I-N-G. Darling. And it's not said darling. It's a darling.
You don't really think they believe that, do you? I'm pretty sure for them, those are just rumors as well. No one is that superstitious in this day and age, Belle. Well, there's you.
Excuse?
Right. You know what? I'll just eat all of these by myself.
I begin to gather their plates to my side. The food in each, still untouched. A laugh almost escaped my mouth with the way Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hand interrupted me just as I'm about to put her plate closer to me.
I'm kidding. Don't go all pouty on me again.
Miss Ma'am, not less than 2 minutes ago, you decided to go all, no, you shouldn't celebrate too early. Smack her across the face.
I'm just concerned you'll get hurt if this doesn't happen. I know how badly you want to close this deal for your papa.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine now, though, with the money. They don't know yet. I think I'll call them tomorrow. Let them know things will be. Mama said this morning he's showing progress with the new treatment, too. It's just a matter of time.
I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhabited? Inhabited. Out and about, but I quickly came in to say hi. I hope you have a lovely stream. Thank you, June. I hope you have a lovely day too. Thank you so much for joining in. Even if just for a second, I appreciate you very much. It's strange to talk about this with other people, even those who have known you for long enough. But today, things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them here. Lunch passes in enjoyable fashion. A laugh here, a playful jab there. But most
Hello,
of
wonderful viewers, type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
yeah, Remy's working again. But most of it spent on catching up and telling stories about whatever is keeping us busy these days. Something we couldn't afford to do the day before, taking into account of what happened. Even Becca's surprisingly chatty, and there's something about the sea. Is there something in the sea bass we ate? Zach, though, appears to be less energetic. While he's far from being the life of the party, he's definitely not the type to keep quiet in a conversation with his friends. Apart from a few inputs, he's been silent this entire time. If Becca notices...
Are you sure you're not feeling under the weather, Zachary?
Oh...
Huh? No, I'm okay. No worries, Rebecca.
Doesn't sound okay to me.
Yeah.
It's okay. I might be feeling a little bummed out today, but I'm sure this will pass.
Is it about the reviews this morning?
A pained expression crosses Zach's face. Almost immediately, Becca retreats in her inquiry, as though the man's look is enough to answer it for her. I look between the two of them. Did I miss something? What happened this morning? Did I stumble on a big secret? This is why I don't like waking up late.
You heard about those, huh?
Sorry, I just happened to check on some sites this morning.
Nah, it's a very sensitive topic in the first place. I should have expected it.
What reviews?
Becca glances at Zach, her emotions unsure, eyes asking for his consent on the matter. Though there's a small desire to keep asking on my part, I don't dare to voice it out. With Zach, it has always been, better to wait. Let him speak on his own. Becca too. To some extent. Although, with her, explosions of temper is more common. In the end, he simply answers with a shift of his shoulders, gesturing for her to go on with a tilt of his head.
It's his movie.
That doesn't explain anything. Stop dangling the information, Becca!
Zachary, I'm not the one supposed to be telling her about this. It's still your documentary.
Is it something bad?
Not bad per se. You guys don't need to dwell on it much.
Bad? Listen here. I wouldn't trivialize what those bowheads wrote if I were you. They're ruining other people's jobs.
From her tone rises from how her tone rises in anger, it seems that she's the only one slighted and not slighted and not sad. A snicker escapes me, which I promptly stamp down as soon as she sends me a hard look.
This isn't a laughing matter, Isabella. Some bowbag just insulted him.
Calm down, Rebecca. Those are
Yeesh.
just reviews, and it happens a lot.
I do not ken about you two, but calling the entire film an out-and-out dribble, you're better off watching an educational kids' TV show, and worst 1.5 hour of my life, among other things, isn't exactly a critique any decent movie reviewer would say. If you could call that a critique, did we even watch the same film?
Jesus. Thank you, monkey.
Well, maybe I ain't cut out for it. Better stick with my photography or something.
Eve. Sorry? What do you mean, sorry? I didn't mean to make you jump. Oh, it's okay. Beef? What are you saying beef for? Beef. I like beef.
If nothing else, this helped me open my eyes to what I can and can't do.
You're giving up.
Oh, their conversation? Yeah, they're having beef. It wasn't a
It
question.
was just something experimental I did on my free time anyway. It's no big deal.
But you worked on it for months.
Doesn't look like it matters for those people.
Don't say that!
I am. Thank you. Woo! That made me jump. My palm strikes the table, sending the tableware on top clanking against each other. I didn't even notice when I rose from my seat. But here I am, chest heaving, looking down at him at the same manner a teacher would with an unruly student. Becca would probably proud. Becca's probably proud. I didn't mean to yell I didn't mean to yell, but there is some things people like Zach aren't supposed to say. How exasperating. He of all people should know.
It's just a review.
Except they're pretty well-known critics.
Why does that matter? They aren't the ones calling the shots on this. Isn't that why they have a committee? Right, Becca?
An amused gleam is in her eyes when I turn to her. What does she find so entertaining here? Help me here. Your friend is about to quit his passion for a petty reason. I haven't read what those people wrote about his work, but a few scatting words shouldn't be enough to discourage someone. I should know. After all, I am...
Failing means you're playing, Zach. Not that I'm saying it's bad. I've seen it from start to finish, and I know for myself what you created isn't something people should scoff at. I don't know anything about filming or photography. Hell, I don't have an inkling of artistry in me except for those doodles I make for class.
Doodles.
But I know what I watched. Look at Isabella. It's not every day you see her all riled up like this.
Whatever I'm about to say get lost in my tongue as a flush of embarrassment blooms across my face.
It was a heat of the moment thing. And anyway, I'll be very angry with you if you quit. What about the exhibit?
What exhibit?
Classified information.
Even if I bring you your favorite tonight?
Nope, not a chance.
Oh, come on! I thought we aren't supposed to have secrets.
A burst of laughter comes from Zach.
Thanks, you two. I might need some time alone to myself for a while. Just to think about things, how I'll go from here, that sort of stuff. Hey, I'm not quitting, Bella. Don't give me that face.
I didn't give you any face. There's no face at all. Only poor intimidation of a puppy. So no face? Of puppy dog eyes, if you so could call it this one.
You promise?
I'll be damned if I break any promise I make to you guys. Besides, you're right. It's too early to say anything right now. What's night ain't for another week.
And there's all the answer I need from him. As sentimental as it sounds, there's a fulfillment in knowing another person you know won't take the same path you walk. It's not like it's over for me, though. I still have time. I could come back. I could still come back. Do my own thing. Do what I really want to do. Surely once Papa recovers, I'm done with everything. Inside my bag, my phone buzzes unexpectedly, breaking the pleasant afternoon lull. The screen shows Rose.
Hey, Isabel, you at the office?
Ha ha, very funny, Rose. I'm hanging up.
Don't, I'm kidding. BRC says the floor plan copies are ready for Miss McCullough to pick up.
She states that as if it's already explained everything. Then, out of the blue, she launches a long rant about awful state of Luxembourg's streets. All which she says in a single breath that I can barely keep up without making a single word. I stay quiet, if only to avoid becoming the next object of her frustration. She seems similar to Becca in that regard.
I'm stuck in horrendous traffic right now. Bloody stupid drivers.
When she finally ran out of things to complain about, she stops. What she says next still has none of what I'm hoping to hear from her. Just a quick mumbled plea for me to meet the right interior designer in her stead, and
Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Bye, thanks.
classic Rose ends the call without even asking for my input. 22nd of October. The sky is cloudless, and noontime sun is beating down on the hard concrete when we leave the cafe. It's far from unbearable, but enough to put the most people in a fickle mood or make them vulnerable to catching something. No wonder we have the staff member going AWOL lately. Not to mention my boss's miracle moods. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want our usual cloudy weather back. For all the gripes about the unpredictable weather, though the stress of the streets of Luxembourg remained constantly busy. The hurried tapping of shoes against the pavement, and inane chatter coming from the lunchtime crowd filled with a humid afternoon air. A small reminder of the things that we still have to do, regardless of how much I want to return to the comfort of my own bed. Back to Blair Realty for me. Zach to a meeting with the magazine publisher featuring the luxury homes, and Becca to her lesson plans and books at home. But more than once, I catch her sneaking in a longing glance over something displayed on a shop window. Did she want to buy something? Maybe I could get it for her for Christmas. I turn my head at least to the last shop she checks out. A fleeting glimpse. The world stills. What the fuck? She looks at me, eyes hollow, gaze piercing and boring into my very soul. Like a set of chains to keep my whole body still. There is no shadow, no whisper this time. Only a plea. A hum, a low and instinct. Compelling me, beckoning me, intent on dragging me to the void beyond this glass. I don't dare to move. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat, every thump, screaming at me to look away and make a run for it. But I can't. I couldn't. All of my limbs feel heavy, while my own breathing strains in the face of her calls.
Leave me alone.
Her mouth is stretched into a grin, wide and unpleasant. The panic building up in my chest forces me to take God damn it! An intensive step back. I try not to stare at the decaying flesh, the blood streaming from a gaping wound on her arm, or the nailless fingers. I don't want this. Not like this. Not after all I got, what I want from Papa.
No, stop. Leave me alone.
Her face contorts and lets out a wail, sharp and utterly unforgiving. Rage. God damn it, Foxy! There's only hatred, bitterness, and the very notion of turning away from her is an offense in itself.
Please! I don't want this!
Before I know it, I'm stumbling backwards, and my own throat is hoarse. Hoarse from the screams. I didn't even notice already coming out of my mouth. The back of my feet catches on a loose stone, sending me sprawling on the ground, and resulting in pain, completely jolts me out of the haze, blurring my mind. For a little, my surroundings appear unfamiliar until Becca's face swims into my vision. A look of concern is on her face, and her hands are gripping my arm tight. Even Zach appears beside himself with worry while he stands behind her, acting as a shield against a small crowd. of onlookers already forming around us.
What happened?
Bella, you okay?
My mouth opens and closes, but nothing comes out. Words refuse to form. On impulse, I sneak a shift glance at the window display. She's gone. Yet the foreboding feeling hasn't left me. My hands are still shaking as I push myself off the ground, my weakened limbs relying solely on the reflex and muscle memory. Something icy has made it home. Something icy has made its home at the pit of my stomach. I want to throw up. Anything to get that wretched sensation out.
You are screaming! Zach, call someone!
No, don't. I'm good. I'm good. I need to get to the office. Rose, the floor plans. Someone's going to pick it up. I'll see you later.
Hi, Belle. Hi, T. Hi, darling.
Careful!
I hope you're doing
Don't stand up
fantastic
yet.
today.
Stay put, Isabella.
Let me just let go.
Zach, you watch over her for me. I'll call for someone.
I'm doing good. How's everything with you today? I'm doing okay. I've been a little drained by energy wise today, but I am feeling up for at least the stream. So I'll probably head to bed like right after stream and then try to sleep it off until tomorrow, which I'm really excited for. Not gonna lie. I think that's the first time I've actually been excited for my birthday. So yeah. Oh, by the way, Valk, I have a gift for you. Huh? You do? Well, that's very kind of you, Delta, but you didn't have to. Oh no, glad you got to stream regardless. Sending my great vibes. Yeah. Your great vibes are very appreciated, T. I hope you yes, I've already said this, but thank you so much for checking in today. I appreciate you very much. And I hope I can entertain all of you guys with my with my voice today when I'm talking through this game. Yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday. Check Discord. Oh, okay. Ah, it's a teacup. That's so cute. Look at that. Thank you. Oh, what? Happy birthday. That's so exciting. Yeah. I'll be streaming though, so I hope you will join in when I'm gonna stream for my birthday. In your VTuber color schemes. Thank you so much, Delta. I appreciate it. I shall stop by. That's wonderful. Give me just a second. Oh, you want to stop by? That would be a wonderful time. Wonderful time. Always great to have you, T. A little memento as a streamer buddies. Yeah, that's so cute. Thank you. And done. Now I can. Look at that! Oh, a little flower and a little Remy. I attempt to put a smile. I attempt to smile to put at ease. To put her at ease, but it's likely to come off as a grimace. Gently, I pushed her hands off my shoulders. My knees are still trembling, but I can stand. Leave. Leave me. Stay away. Away. The humidity stiffening. Everyone's stares are unnerving. And Becca and Zach's concerns are suffocating. I don't want to be here. No more. I break into a run. I wish I hadn't left my bed this morning. Here, with only the occasional drips of water and sink on... Oh my god. Of water on the sink and the whirling of the fan blades to keep me company. It's easy to fall into a cycle of negative thinking. But even with the clutter to keep me company, the room still feels a lot bigger than usual. I hug my knees closer as a group passes outside. Loud. So loud. If only there was a way to tune out everything out, to keep my head from replaying every image, every sound of her. Her screams, her awkward gait, as she reached for me, bone-chilling smile and pleas for... Enough. That's enough. A shiver passes over me. Though it's not from the hair still hanging damp against my back, nor the draft that enters the room from the window I've left open. My gaze shift over to the letter sitting on the coffee table, the edges fluttering in nonchalant. Huh? In no. Okay. Its edges flutters in no. Sleep. Huh? Is that even a word? Can someone have Remy say it? What? Huh? What's the word again? Inno. 5 people? What happened? Can someone please have Remy? I clicked. We lost Remy's hand. Ah, Remy's hand is still here. Funny how an ordinary looking piece of paper can bring this much trouble. I'm just gonna ignore it, it's fine. The impulse to throw it away or rip it into pieces is still there. I could easily do it, but what after that? What? Will she leave me? What about those people who has already seen it? Will they be okay? This uncertainty gnaws at me, knowing that she's real. And might also go after the people I care about. I just wish someone would listen. Believe me. Oh my god. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Blindly, I fish out my phone from underneath the mess. of papers and cushions where I've carelessly thrown it before taking a shower hours ago. Ash's name flashes brightly on the screen. Is he calling because it's afternoon?
Thank you so much for spamming my inbox, scaredy cat.
Hey, Ash.
What's wrong?
No, it's okay, Foxy. Don't worry.
I just had a long day. The couple who bought the house wanted us to finish processing the papers within the week. It's a little hectic, but we'll manage.
Really? You sold it?
Don't sound so surprised. I told you, you don't stand a chance. The rights won't take no for an answer. You've been on the losing end from the very start. Ha!
Whoever said I was interested in the house in the first place?
You did, sir.
But you said...
Despite his light tone, his snigger only comes off as annoying to my ears. I have to fight the urge to end the call right then and there. Stupid Ash.
You're such an ass. And just so you know, I'm not treating you to a separate celebration. Or ever.
No, that's just unfair. And here I was looking something up for you. Didn't you say you wanted to talk to Andrew?
I paused. I did say that, but I didn't think he would actually go through with the trouble, considering how much he scoffed at the whole topic in the first place.
Is he okay with that?
Totally. Besides, I need to ask him about something. I might as well do it soon. What do you say you come with me tomorrow morning?
Well, there's no harm in it, I suppose. I've got a free day anyway.
Great, I'll just pick you up. Don't oversleep.
Don't compare me to you. I'm not the one who sleeps like a rock.
You technically did this morning. Another round of chuckle comes from him.
Hello, wonderful viewers. Type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
Oh, I will live for the day that he stops making fun of me. Just you wait, you asshole. As I'm about to end the call, he clears his throat.
And, Isabella?
His sudden different tone sends an eyebrow shooting up into my hairline. Was that Stitch's voice? Yes. Remy has a Stitch voice. That is him. That's him. Yeah. He has taken the, what would you call it? The voice of Stitch, in a way. Adorable, yeah. Is the whole world ending today?
Yeah? Did you forget something?
Do you think we...
Sir?
Never mind. Good night.
He hangs up instantly. Rude? Completely rude. I didn't even get to thank him. The busy tone, though muffled, echoes through the receiver. No one is saying this will work. Even I'm doubtful it will. But right now, I'll take anything. Anything to get out of this nightmare. Sleep's come easier tonight. For the first time in a long time, I dream. A clear sky and unrestrained laughter from children playing on the streets. And small crampled dwellings. To an outsider, the sight does not paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Oh, next day. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Although, the air still feels mucky and I miss this chilly autumn weather. It's one of those rare weekends when I'm up, even before my alarm rings. If it wasn't for Ash's call last night, I probably would have slept in. It's 9 a.m. When 9 a.m. rolls around, I'm already heading downstairs, where Ash is waiting for me in his car. His hair is a disheveled mess, eyes drowsy, and overall looking like he's hurried to get out of bed. Or fell out of it. Or both. He looks adorably rumbled this way. But I'm not going to tell him that. That'd only bloat his ego.
Good morning, Ash.
He makes a motion to his finger around his ear, tone it down.
Can you even drive?
He answers me with a slight raised hand and a yawn. Nothing more. And he even has been particularly fond of he's never been particularly fond of mornings. And for that, I'm thankful. For every god in the universe, less mental capacity for him to make fun of me. That's the reason why mornings are my favorite. It doesn't take long for us to reach our destination. Small cafes situated in a Luxembourg busy street. The same one I'll often visit with Becca for its cheap food. I've never gone here on a Sunday, and it's striking how different it appears without the usual weekday and Saturday's rush. The atmosphere is especially reminding me of something we also have back home, near the university I used to attend. I wonder what happened to it. It was renovated before I left, and I never got to visit one last time. The place has always had a calming effect on me. But today, despite standing in a place similar to it, anxiety easily washes over me as soon as I step out of the car. I'm quite used to dealing with people I've never met before, thanks to my work, but still, I don't know him. In spite of the fact both Ash and Becca have vouched for him. What will he think of me and my story? What if he thinks I'm crazy? Hell, even my own friends thought so. I draw in a breath to quell the panic beginning to rise in me. Oh well, only one way to find out. A few hesitant steps forward, and then Ash suddenly pulling me back by my elbow.
Hold on, scaredy cat, not too fast.
Without warning, he flicks my forehead hard.
That hurts! What was that for?
He's already walking away when I look up, and I hurry to catch up to him, puzzled. I really don't understand this guy. He likes you. Or at least explain why you're flicking other people's foreheads all of a sudden. So rude.
Get yourself together, will you? He's not going to bite. He's very accommodating, too.
I wasn't scared of him or anything.
You don't look like it. Didn't sound like you were okay last night either.
Huh?
What was that last one? Hey! Don't just ignore me!
All questions retorts die on my mouth once he opened the door to the shop. A cast of iron bell attached to the chimneys chimed softly, announcing our arrival. The smell of freshly brewed coffee welcomes us as soon as we stepped in. Like the usual, several tables and chairs has been set up for patrons. But most customers have already have forgone them. In favor of more comfortable throw pillows, and beanbags the staff has laid out on the floor. Becca would stretch. I will take you. And hydrate. You got it. You got it.
Hey streamer, someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you. Becca, would I love to know how something like this on a Becca would love to know how they have something like this on a Sunday. She's been complaining how uncomfortable the library chairs are for a long time now. Ash leads me to a secluded spot near the window, where an old man is probably in his 50s or 60s is seated enjoying a brew and a book.
Professor Clark.
It's just Andrew now. I'm no longer your professor, Detective Inspector Frey.
The guy Andrew... Ooh. Sorry. The guy, Andrew, looks up from his book and gives him a smile. A sheepish look crosses Asher's face at the older man's admonishment. More unusual, in my opinion, seeing him appear like a parent. Like a parent just has scolded him. But it suggests a familiarity between them. One that goes beyond what someone would expect from a simple student and mentor. With another warm smile, he gestures for us to take the empty seat and pose opposite of him.
Have you been waiting long?
Quite some time. But I come here early on weekends. Best time to get their first serving of bear claws. They're the only place that serves it here. I took the liberty of ordering for you two. I hope you don't mind. I thought it'd be best to talk over a decent helping of coffee.
Soon enough, a waiter brings us 2 more cups and set down a basket of pastries.
Aren't you going to introduce the lady?
Ah, right. Sorry. Isabella, this is Prof. Andrew. He's one of my professors back at the university. Andrew, this is Isabella Santos.
Hi.
Santos. Portuguese? Spanish? Brazilian? Mexican?
Filipina, actually. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Ah, your name carries a lot of history, Miss Santos. Just Andrew was fine. Don't do what Ashton's doing. He doesn't listen to this old man.
The awkward tension typically present in the first meeting dissipates after that. I was expecting someone strict and and to an extent someone severe. But Professor Andrew Clark is definitely the opposite of what I had in mind. The more personable kind. Similar to a grandfather who dotes on you at family gatherings. Oh dear Lord. It's obviously why Ash has taken a liking to it.
Ashton tells me there's something you wish to discuss that I could help with. Let's hear it then.
I give Ash a hesitant glance, but he just nods and gestures towards Andrew with his head. He's leaving it to me. It's my story to tell after all. I kept it short and concise. I found a letter in the old mansion, and now I'm cursed. Exactly as I told Ash and Sack, when they asked me about it. I don't mention the name of the place. No use of saying it now, someone else legally owns it. No use dragging other people into my problems.
I'm sure it's that letter I found. But I don't know anymore. I just want to know how to escape this nightmare.
Of course. We're talking about the one in Anselm Village, aren't we?
How did you...
Don't look so surprised. There's only one place popular enough here if we're going to talk about hauntings. I once had a colleague who wrote about it and the urban legends surrounding the place. Years worth of study, but fascinating. It's a shame he passed away at such a young age. He would have done a much better job at explaining topics like this one compared to me. Ashton here might disagree, but it's an interesting topic in sociology, if you care to have an open mind.
Studying the science and theory behind it is completely different from outright believing in it.
You don't believe in those stories, sir?
Now, this isn't a question of belief. All I'm saying is
Interesting.
things like these speak a lot about a place's culture and history.
Aw. Look at those hearts. So pretty.
And it's not just limited to ghosts. Monsters, gods, you name it. Even you, Miss Santos.
What about me?
How you respond to these stories. It tells a lot about you and your upbringing, in the same way it tells me why our detective inspector here finds such topics absurd. Interesting, isn't it?
In a way, yeah. My head is starting to spin from all of this. I'm not the smartest person around, but I understand what he's trying to get at. I think. It's still too much to take in at once. I look at Ash for help, but his eyebrow is drawn in a frown. If he keeps staring at me like that, if he keeps staring like that at his cup, I'm pretty sure it'll crack soon.
There's still something you're not telling.
Didn't I tell you everything the other day?
Yeah, but you mentioned the rights, then you proceeded to drop the topic right after. What's with that?
They don't have anything to do with this.
Rights. Luke and Hannah, right?
Yeah, they're the ones who got the place.
I'm not surprised. They're the kind who gets what they want once they set their eyes on it.
From what I've heard, word gets around.
A heavy sigh escaped my lips. Popular or not, they are just my clients. Albeit, a bit pushy, but just clients at the end of story. I wish you would stop pestering me about them. Relationship status? I'm sorry, huh? As far as I know, I'm very much single. What is it again? That Becca... What was it again? That Becca does when dealing with a particularly difficult child. A pesky, annoying kind. I wish I could remember. I could certainly use the same trick right now.
Ashton, look here. I know you're trying to help, but the deal's almost already closed. The papers are being prepared. Once it's done, it's over. I'm just their agent.
And when is that happening?
When what? Is there even a purpose to this line of questioning?
Your working relationship with them. When's it going to end?
About a week from now. It depends on how long the approval process would take, but they wanted us to rush it.
Really? You're absolutely sure about that?
Yes, really. Unless they want to buy a house again and want me and Rose to be their agent. If yes, then I don't see a problem with it. Now stop annoying me about it.
Don't accept it.
What? Why? It's
I'm
my
sorry,
job.
what? Oh lord, even my younger siblings aren't this difficult to deal with. And then again, Ash is far from a younger sibling to me. If he's only spelled it out, surely I'll understand. We wouldn't even have to talk about it right now. That's how it is, right? Find an even ground and talk about it like adults we are. Like the adults we are. It wasn't like this before. But somewhere along the way, something has changed in us. As people. As fans. I wish there was a way I could tell even when or why. Instead, I'm left with searching for I am left searching blindly for the reasons. The next thing we know, we'll be drifting further apart. How frustrating.
Now, kids, settle down. We're not going to solve anything by shouting.
Sorry, Sir Andrew.
And we're not going to solve anything either if you keep omitting things.
Ooh.
Speak for yourself. I'm not the only one doing it.
You'll have to forgive my former student, Miss Santos. He's always been the curious kind. Many people think he's lazy, but it's actually the opposite. I see that hasn't changed.
Oh, really? How is he back when he was your student? I'm sorry, I need to ask. He doesn't talk much about that.
And there's a reason why. Please don't.
Tried to sleep on the first day of class. He didn't repeat it after what I made him do when I caught him. Students like him are the easiest to deal with, once you know what piques their interest. I'd have to say, he's one of the very few who's actually interested in the subject, though. But there was this one time when...
By the end of the conversation, Ash looks like he's praying for the for the ground to swallow him. He's never been one to talk about himself. What I know about him are mostly bits and pieces I've gleaned over the years. He's an atrocious singer and a bad at art, and he has a personal vendetta against mornings. You're trying to change that with... What the fuck? Yeah, you were quite late on that. Did you have to think about it? Now? I wish I had to find the emote first. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't pop up for me. Odd. No? Now it feels like he isn't hard. It isn't that hard to figure out after all. Yeah, it doesn't show. And it should be red. It should show down in the right down there in the chat box, but it's not. So it's past noon when Andrew has to leave us for another meeting. But before we separate.
Miss Santos, a word of advice. Just keep in mind that when it comes to cases like this, things aren't always what they seem.
Oh, there's a little kid. Oh, that's so cute. Naturally, the mansion and the letter was brought up several times during our talk. And though Ash is right in that Andrew offers a different perspective, he has left me with more questions than answers instead. What is she? What does she want from me? Is she even going to leave? Is she ever going to leave? They all continue to bug me after we left the coffee shop. I don't even notice when Ash is taking a different turn on the way back.
Where are we going? You can drop me off at the park.
Guess. You have 3 chances.
I'm serious, Ash. Where are we going?
Oh, where are we going? He doesn't answer, but shortly he stops his car right in front of the small, non-descriptive food stall, no small ways away from the movie house. Still, it's a theater or a cinema. I hate the fact that they use movie house. If I wasn't paying closer attention, I would have missed it. Without a doubt. He motions for me to wait as he gets off. He gets off the car. Wait, as he gets off the car and walks... You mean out the car? Game, hello? As he gets out the car and walks in its direction. Sheesh. If you want to buy something, just say it. No need to make yourself look mysterious. It makes you look more like a dork than cool. The wait isn't long, however. Soon he's walking back holding 2 fish-shaped cones in both hands. Ice cream? Parfait? Across of the 2? By the time he's back in the car, I've been giving up any effort to figure out what he has bought. Not that it looks bad, just it's quite cute.
Here, take it.
I have to move my head back a little when he thrusts at me to avoid the ice cream and the fruit topping from ending up on my nose.
What's this for?
Oh, that looks so nice. Navi right on top of the car here. Yeah, I guess we do, don't we? What's this for?
My arm's getting tired.
Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2.
With a wary glance, I take it off his hands. I still don't understand why there is a need for ice cream today. Nevertheless, I take a small bite. ... It's actually pretty good. I must have shown it in my face, because he chuckles as soon as I take another.
Saw the place open the other day, when we watched Zach's movie. Thought I should give it a try. It doesn't seem like a bad place to get food from time to time.
And you're giving me free ice cream because...
Do I need to have a reason?
Are you really going to ask me that?
Here's the thing with Ashton Frey. He does not just treat anyone for free food because he feels like it. He's that much of a Scrooge. Hell, he's even asked me to teach him how to haggle once. Haggle. Of all people who would ask me that. I'd expected such requests from Becca, but Ash? Not at all. If I'm going to be honest, he looked a bit constipated with that expression on his face right now. I think he's starting to regret ever buying this.
The other day? The movie with Zach and Rebecca? Rebecca's there, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, during the movie, we, that's to say, we...
My man is stumbling.
Shit. Should have written down something first.
Get to the point, Ashton.
Right. I'm sorry.
Oh. What?
I'm sorry for, not getting to the point. I'm sorry for the other day. I got carried away. I said things that upset you. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Aww.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's all? That's all you're going to say? You're not still angry, are you?
Look at him! He's like, don't be angry, please.
You didn't have to buy me anything. A simple sorry would have been enough.
I bite into the cone again. A small attempt to keep myself occupied and relieve the heat crawling up on my face. It doesn't work, but at least I don't have to look at him. Why am I feeling embarrassed over an apology? I have no idea. It's not like it wasn't called for. They were being mean, especially him. And in that fraction of a second, it hits me. He skipped his day off just for today. I should be the one apologizing and thanking him. Silence is an awkward company while we finish our respective snacks. There are words for this, for the people like us, the understandings and sentiments like this. Yet, in an instant, they won't come. As promised, he drops me off at the park right after. Phrases unsaid, still hanging heavily in the air. In this weather, the city gives off Alacia. The city parks give off Alacia and languid vibe than usual. When the children are usually seen running around and playing, there are now people leaning on their backs, leaning back on their picnic blankets, simply enjoying the afternoon sun. The smell of food drifting from the nearby carts, and the wind blowing in the right directions. One would catch a whiff of the freshly trimmed grass. Maybe I should try to walk home today, try to get my mind off things, and try to find the words somehow. I've done that for a while.
Thanks, Ash.
I haven't
for
done
today.
that for a while.
No problem. Say hi to Rebecca for me.
Yeah, I will.
Even so, I linger.
Hello, wonderful viewers. Type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
We both do. A mild, humid breeze brings the smell of dried leaves, a warmed earth, and far-off, distant memory. Or a false starts and awkward first meetings. Same place, same people, playing the same parts. Funny how all the days my brain chooses to remember it now.
Wait, Belle.
Oh. As exits out of his car, he strides and unsteady and then approaches me. Or maybe this is his uncertainty showing. I'm not quite sure. He's never looked uncertain to me before. Always calm, always sure, always collected. He stops a short distance from me, close enough that he's within arm's reach, but just far enough for his voice to be heard over the distant small talk. If this is what it's going to be. He fumbles up for something in his pocket.
Here, catch.
Aww. A small bag lands cleanly on my outstretched hand before hitting the ground. I raises an eyebrow at him. I will thank you, monkey. In a second, I raise an eyebrow at him, and he responds by shrugging and stuffing both hands back into his pockets. Somewhere to the side, he finds an interesting spot to look at. Sometimes you have to wait, Papa said long time ago. For once this time, I listen. His voice is halting, hesitant, but he finds it again.
My mom used to make me carry around one of those when I was young. To ward off evil and bring you luck, she said.
I don't believe in this kind of thing now. But, if it makes you feel safe, since you're a total scaredy cat, then I guess it's okay to give you one.
That completely fucking changed. What the fuck? Perhaps the moment the words for it. I've never been good at good with those. But right now, I could thank him in the best way I know. You can be nice when you're trying. You're not bad after all. I choose the short distance separating us, and giving him a light punch on his arm. The gesture familiar, in the place of phrases one couldn't spin together, or answer too early to seek out.
See, you can be pretty nice when you're trying.
I am nice.
When you're sleeping, but thanks for this.
Don't go losing it. It brings bad luck if you do.
Wait, are you serious?
I knew there was a catch to this asshole.
Yeah, that's what they say.
You did this on purpose, didn't you? Oh, I should have known.
Not entirely. But seriously, if anything happens, tell me. I'll be around.
Before leaving, he waves at me one last time. He's back to teasing me, back to our usual routine, back to what we're comfortable with. But for all that, I believe in him. I just hope that I can keep them safe. Keep him safe. A light wind blows again, sending dry leaves swirling and distant smelling of earth into the air. For the first time, the sunlight feels less harsh. Maybe a walk is good. I need to visit the grocery too. Come to think of it, wasn't it there an art store opened recently nearby the park? Near the park? ... The cat's name is Bertriel? Or at least that's what his collar says. Okay, apparently we found a cat. That's an odd name to give a cat, in my opinion. But it speaks grace, much like the one that carries it. It shows in the way he swishes his tail, and his eye follows my hand in every movement. I'm not sure what he finds fascinating in me, to be honest. I wasn't the ever picture of grace when he found me, after all. It was a bad idea carrying 2 heavy bags with the newly brought art materials and groceries, without help or a show ride home. In hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have bought all these at the same time. I didn't even make it past the park. And now I'm suffering underneath a glaring afternoon sun. Hunched up on the park bench and drenched in sweat, in the company of a cat, curiously watching my every movement. I hope it stays where it is. It's just a black cat, but back home they're considered ill omens.
Don't look at me like that. I can act graceful as well if I want to.
Not that I ever acted gracefully in my life, of course. Growing up with a rowdy younger brother and a sister does that. Or maybe it's the opposite. Mama used to call me a little troublemaker before. Well, graceful or not, there is no use moping. A short breather, a short breather, and then I'm off home. Besides, it's not like the company is bad, even if it's a cat, as long as it doesn't bite or cross my path.
Well, where's your owner anyway?
Has he one? He has one, doesn't he? An owner? That's what the collar's for, isn't it? A bandage is wrapped on the one of its paws, though. I wonder what happened to it. Did he run away?
Well, if you don't have one, I won't be able to take you in. My apartment doesn't allow pets. I tried to bring one home before, a cat. Not black, of course. And Rebecca threw a fit before the landlady could.
A small packet of sweets from one of the bags inside. Beside me, I take a small packet of sweets from one of the bags beside me and pop it open. As I'm about to put one in my mouth, he meows. My hand stops.
Do you want one?
He doesn't meow again, and I'm expecting him to, but I take his unblinking gaze as a yes. I shift a piece into my palm and hold it out for him I hate that word. Wally? He sniffs it once or twice.
Baruthia!
Like a good, properly trained pet, Baruthiel responds as soon as he's called. Recognition comes as soon as my head snaps into the direction of the voice. Miss McCulloch, hard to miss. What's with her height?
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you? Miss Santos, was it? I'm surprised to see you here.
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCulloch.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Baruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even run away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
My Baruthiel's a she.
Oh. She. All this time I thought the pause in the conversation. If this can be called one, it's uncomfortable. We're merely two people working different jobs, but for the same client. Frankly, meeting like this don't happen a lot, and if it does, a simple nodding of heads is enough. Still trying to be friendly wouldn't hurt, right? Okay. I keep my tone cordial and warm.
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCulloch.
And why exactly is that? There are a lot of people who have pets.
Yeah, but not a black one. I'm amazed you're taking care of one.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Is there a problem with my cat?
Oh, I might have fucked that up.
No, not at all. She's very sweet. Just in other cultures, aren't they a sign of bad luck?
Back home it is. My grandma used to tell me stories about it.
Nothing has happened to me so far.
Displeasure is evident on her face. Of course, I forgot that other people, black cats, are omens of good luck. There you go again, running your mouth off, Isabella. I rack my brain for a way to remedy this situation, but she holds out her hand.
This is a good place to stop and end this conversation, don't you think so? It is good to see you again, Santos.
A complete dismissal, if I've ever heard one. I watch her as she leaves, though she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and street. She faces me again, looking like there's something she has forgotten to say.
By the way, about the Ermengarde mansion, with my clients, it's the rights. I mean, I hope you don't mind me asking, but has the deal been finalized?
There's still a few papers they need, but the house is more or less theirs now.
Ah, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Wait, about the mansion.
The letter. The same one they saw. Whoever she is, she's asking for help. It's someone. I want to tell Miss McCulloch. The urban legends aren't just legends anymore. They're real. But they died. She's not going to believe me.
Don't mind me. I need to go too. Have a good day, Miss McCullough.
I hastened to pick up the bags and I left on the bench and ran as far as my legs would take me. In the moment, I'm carrying in my hands a weight far lighter than the overwhelming guilt trying to consume me. Home. I want to go home. Anywhere I won't be reminded of that house. Or her. Of her cowardice. Cowardice. The food tastes less appetizing tonight. A pity. One would think that someone who would have continued a binge on instant noodles would find the home-cooked meal enjoyable. But it isn't. Hunger is what it gnawed at me tonight. Hunger isn't what gnawed at me tonight. Neither is my sore muscles. The TV runs loudly in the background, but what it says barely registers my brain. It's hard when the things you're trying to forget keeps returning to the forefront of your mind. It distracts you, eats at you, devours you. I wish this would stop. I wish I wasn't the one who picked it up. I wish I was somebody else.
In other local news, a woman was found dead in her home. Luxbourne police officials are currently investigating the crime scene, but has classified the case as homicide.
I beg your finest pardon? Huh?
The victim, identified as Rose Pamela Cooper, 33 years old, working as a real estate agent.
Rose?
Discovered lying in a pool of blood in her two-bedroom flat with the words "Help me" repeatedly written on the walls.
No. No. This isn't what I want. This isn't supposed to happen. None of this is supposed to happen. No one was supposed to die. Those are just stories, right? Legends. That's what everyone keeps telling me, so why... Immediately I run to my study table and search on my phone. My hand, cold from dread, clings tightly to it as soon as I touch the edges. Its edges. A piece of folded paper, the letter lying unassuringly beside it, slips to the floor when I pick up the device. But I pay it no mind. There are more important things right now. Right now. I need to call her. I need to call her. I was with her. I was just with her not too long ago. And she was okay. No. This isn't Rose, I'm sure of it. I just talked to her and... A sob escapes me, a hot tear begins to blur my vision. One after the other trickle down, weight of same guilt I refuse to admit. I have been carrying from the start. The same one I have been hiding from. The same one has put the people I care about in danger. My hands shake as I navigate to Rose's number in my contact list. She'll answer, right? She always does. She'll pick up and tell me to turn down the waterworks and call me a wuss afterwards.
She'll answer. Please answer, Rose.
Again, I dial. Whispering, praying, pleading.
Come on, Rose! Don't do this to me! Please pick up! I know you're there, Rose. You're not dead. Please tell me you're not.
This adds to the series of deaths and disappearances that has plagued Luxbourne in the recent years. The authorities are currently looking at a possible link with the notorious Anslem Butcher case.
The TV runs loudly in the background. A deafening static sound from my phone speakers. But in my ears, I only hear the screams. Her pleas. Her whispers. Help me. We're not safe. A buzzing sensation jolts me awake. My body still wants to sleep, but forgets what I've heard. What I saw last night. But it's there, nudging, prodding at me. Slowly, I become aware of how awkward my position is. And it aches at that accompanies sleeping in a curled up position the night before. If I even slept at all. The memories are impossible to forget now that Rose is gone. They say it's easier when you say it out loud. Instead, the words weigh heavy on me. Each time, she's gone. Gone because of me. Gone because of one letter I was too curious to look at. I should have been more careful. I should have kept my mouth shut. I should have destroyed it before anyone else could have got involved. I should have... A notification light up on my laptop blinks instantly, mocking me, and when I look at it as if it's calling me back to a sense of normalcy, I check it nevertheless, and out of habit, more than anything. To all BRC employees, in the light of recent events, there will be an all-staff emergency meeting. Attendance is a must. Company changes, new hierarchy and policies will be discussed during the meeting. Everyone is expected to bring a copy of their own attendance logs and sales. Blah, 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 blah. If this is one of their... If this were one of their typical days, I'll happily comply and get myself to their office. Today my limbs just feels heavy. On one hand, only going will only keep me busy, take my mind elsewhere. On the other, the place itself is a stark reminder of what my own fears have costed me. Ooh, Moping won't get me anywhere. This is just like one of those things, isn't it? You deal with it with a smile. No matter how bad things get, hope for the best. Although my body feels like lead and my limbs are sore, I push myself away from the chair and head to the shower. The letter I dropped on the floor last night flutters open and I pass it by, unfolding for no one else but for me. Every word written, it glares back at me. They sneer. They ridicule. Like living beings fully aware of what they've done. With a huff, I pick it up and shove it into my bag. Perhaps with more anger than frustration. Than I'm used to showing. This too, I'll deal with. Somehow I'll find a way to make things right. I have to. Before it takes more people from me. Even if I must do it on my own. Paper rustling, phones ringing, feet shuffling. Overall, today is like a typical workday at Briar Realty Corporation. Except it isn't. The air is thick with tension and unspoken questionings. No doubt everyone present has already heard about Rose. If they missed last night's reports, they'll likely see it in the morning news, in the papers, or various news sites on the internet. everywhere is a bit of reminder. In fact, everyone is giving me a wide berth, as though the mere mention of Rose would be enough to trigger something in me. It's appreciated, but only serves to create a bigger hole in the place that Rose has left. After lunch, my boss calls for a meeting. I don't have to look up. God damn it, Foxy. I don't have to look up for my work to know what this is about. He's in a strange, pensive mood today. Probably out of respect for a dead colleague. Oddly, I appreciate it more if he's just shouted at me today. I am awake. I'm reading. Anything is better.
I'm sure you've all heard of what happened to Miss Cooper. She was a valued member of our team and she will be missed. There's no date for a funeral yet, but those who wish to attend, kindly speak with your respective supervisors. By the way, has anyone heard about our still AWOL staff? None? HR, you know what to do. Santos, a word? In my office?
At the end of it, I've been giving an entirety of Rose's workload, including finalizing the rights papers, and been promised a more ample compensation for my effort. I think he's expecting me to be happy about it. Instead, I immerse myself in my work. I have to, anyway, if I want to forget. Employee of the month. Oh, let's go. Time flies when you're due by the time I give notice. It's already late. Everyone's already gone, leaving the company of radio and a member of our own janitorial staff. I don't even know his name. Rose likely does. She remembers people easily
The
like that.
Luxbon Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
The radio blares one name after the other. Hold on a second. Missing? They aren't... Still, I have to check. Frantic, I turn to my desktop. Loudly tapping my fingers against the key fills the office, a better part of my shift as I look through everything. The background about the place, the history from current owners, and the list of employees hired under BRC. And I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may not have a lot of staff, but they have a lot of agents hired. But I'll remember those names anywhere. Ah! What the fuck? Oh my god. Thank you, Foxy. Oh. Thank you, Foxy. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 gifted subbies. For everyone, please make sure you say thank you to Foxy. Happy birthday! Oh my god, happy birthday! Thank you! Thank you! Appreciate you very much. Hi, Robot! Hi! That's wonderful. Thank you, Foxy. I hope everyone will enjoy their new emotes. You're so kind, Foxy. You're giving to the community. Yippee! Yippee! Do you have one more? No, okay. After all, they're also a part of the crew. We're officially at your birthday. Well, no, I'm still on the 27th. For you, we have then changed. It's officially my birthday when we hit 4 o'clock. Tomorrow, a.m. 4 a.m. That's my birthday. After all, they're also a part of the crew who worked with us preparing the mansion for our open house. Then the letters. No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
Something snaps into place, a fraction of a moment. These people, Rose, the
I need
letter.
to... No, if it's like this, they still won't believe me. I have to make sure of it first.
No, it's not the 12th yet. It's only 11 p.m. Evidence doesn't lie. That's what Asha often says, right? If I have proof, then maybe. I don't want to get my hopes up again, but maybe there is still a way I can save them. The letter, my phone, paper, anything that will be useful, I'll grab it. I grab all for them, the stuff, and stuff them in my bag. Oh, counter wrong. It's okay. It's okay, Foxy. I so appreciate it. Thank you for the birthday gift. I can't stay here. There's something I need to do. There's something those people should. The noise cuts sharply through the room, stopping
Our
my hand.
wonderful viewers, type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
Thank you, Remy. The noise cut sharply through the room, stopping my hand short and cramping pen into my bag.
Hello? Anyone there?
Someone must have left their printer open again. I may be in a hurry, but if I don't turn it off, another person is certainly going to have a fit tomorrow over wasted company resources. Most of the time it's Rose who does the nagging, but the clicking of my pen in my hand, a welcome distraction when I search for the said object. Each stride my feet takes, another echoes throughout the empty workplace. I lost sight of the janitors minutes ago, and with me being on the only one left, the tapping of my feet against the wooden floor is something I soon learned to appreciate. It doesn't take me long to find it. By the time I turned it off, 5 pages has already been strewn about on the ground. The paper tray having also been left ajar. Sighing, I pick each of it up to put somewhere proper. But the page that greets me makes my blood run cold. The chill that makes its way up my spine, numbing as the day in the attic. The sheet crinkle under my tense grip. All I can hear is my breath that rasps through my gritted teeth. But before I can either gather myself, I take my first step out of here, total darkness suddenly envelopes me. No! No, I'm hiding! Go away! And then if I'm hearing horror throughout running inside of my head right now, something snaps. A soft creak grating through the thin veil of stillness that is something descending in this room. Every muscle, every bone in my body goes rigid at the sound. Familiar. So familiar now. Yet my own treacherous curiosity still presses me and takes... Thank you. It takes a careful peek over the cube.
Hey streamer, someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you for the head pats, I appreciate it. It's her. Standing the only exit of the office, a bit facing away from me. She doesn't even need to turn around for me to know it's the same misshapen face, tattered clothes and unsightly gait. The same person in the attic. I take a step backwards, and the pen I'm holding slips from my hand and... No! Ma'am! You are ugly! Ugly! A scream almost escapes my mouth, and I duck under my table as quickly as I can. My heart is pounding hard against my chest. I hear the bone-chilling sounds of her walk, weird clicking that follows her, and telltale squelch of something wet as when she walks towards me. Nearer, nearer. The sounds are slowly getting louder. The only thing keeping the whimper from escaping me is my hand that covers my mouth. Someone, please save me. Anyone? I close my eyes, muttering a continuous stream of prayers, all while attempting to steady my own breathing. Please, please, please don't let her hear me. Oh, fuck. The seconds, minutes stretched out before me attack. So close! That was so fucking close! Oh my god. The seconds, minutes stretched out before me agonizingly. Is she gone? Slowly, I open my eyes to take a peek. I do not dare to move or make a sound. In the face of such terror, I can only beg, let out a silent plea to whomever is out there. Please, please, don't let her notice. I want to live. Dot. What? Huh? Wait, what? Okay, so now we're changed? It's far too easy to get them to pay attention in Rapture. They hang on my every word and follow my every move. Other than it would have been stifling had I not grown used to such stares. Most are respectful, some are hostile, if we are honest. Etching the breath very much. I was very close to messing that one up. And a few downright inappropriate. After all, I am...
Kinda right!
Well, I have to go to sleep. Good night, Valky and everyone. Good night, Foxy darling. I hope you get some good sleep. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope you get some wonderful sleep and I see you tomorrow. Hopefully. If not, then I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you again. Bye-bye. Of course you will be here tomorrow. Thank you. There is a moment of agitation as a familiar, but less than welcoming face approaches me with a suggestive smirk on his face. Of course, I have to keep a benevolent smile and greet him as I greet a good friend, any good friend. After all, this man can turn heads, being famous in his own right.
Officer Lee! What a pleasant surprise. I didn't think you'd have the time to attend tonight's party.
He is more Luke's friend than mine. Really, I am quite sure I only invited his wife. Much like I am only friends with the chief inspector because of Luke. Luke is only friends with Rochelle because of me. Unlike how I treated Lee, however, Luke never hid his animosity for the Lee matriarch? It was an odd sort of relationship where we would have awkward double dates. I don't even recall his first name. It started with N, I think. I might be wrong. Aside from being chief inspector of Luxembourg police, his wife Rochelle Lee, nee Vance, owned a general electronic company. Fridges and freezers most. Fridges? Did I just read fridges as fridges? No, that's not what I read it as before, did it? No.
Oh, I always have time for my favourite socialite couple. Might I say, you look positively ravishing tonight.
Sir?
I see the husband isn't with you.
Ew! No, step back. First of all. Step back. No. The way he's eyeing me up is enough to make make my skin crawl. I just wish Luke was here to fend off more seemingly of our peers. You know the ones. Men who was just a bit too friendly, staring too long at my assets. And getting too close because my husband is not near. And to think of they have the gall to do this at my own party. In my own home. In my own house, if I might add. But, like any high society woman worth her salt. Weird. I know how to handle it with grace and dignity.
I suppose you are looking pleasant as well. Luke's busy with work, unfortunately. Rochelle isn't here?
A shame. I do hope he isn't causing you much trouble. That husband of yours can be a bit daft sometimes, acting like he's still some young bachelor. The wife sends her regards and her apologies, but something came up with a doctor and she needed to attend to it. You know her, being pregnant and all.
Oh, so that's why you're going looking elsewhere, you... Sorry. We make small talk. Rather, I'm forced to do so, as he would not leave my side, finding his place here. Much to my chagrin, I've been extricated? I don't know. From the few who flock in hopes of flattering, for I tolerate them far better than Lee. He is a nice enough person, and I adore his wife, who is obviously the brains behind the two. But there is something unsettling about him. I do not trust him as much as I want to. ... He regaled to my tales about Luxembourg Police Department, a different affair to the usual gossip I am privy to. And though I loathe to admit, an interesting nonetheless. I expect the topic of business to die out quickly, which would be understandable enough due to the confidential nature of his work. But oh boy, was I wrong.
So, we're in civvies, I steal and drive off with one of the police mobiles, right? In the mirror, I see the new tank chasing on foot and screaming about theft. The look on his face was priceless when I parked it in the garage.
Oh my. You made him chase you all the way home for a prank. What did Rochelle have to say about that?
Rochelle has a strange love for hate affairs with Lee. He is a married man who does not grow up past his early 20s, judging by the way he acts. Surprising enough, they have been married for a good 20 years. A lifetime if you compare it to my marriage of 7 years with Luke. I, on the other hand, well, Luke is no Lee. I should be happy about that, I suppose. Although my darling did have his moments.
The wife pulled my ear and gave me a good talking to, though. Besides, we live in a flat a block away, so it wasn't much of a grand chase.
Weren't you living in a house near the countryside?
Moved for work, you know. Or you probably don't.
No, I don't. But a flat in downtown? I suppose if that's what you like.
Oh, it's horrid. Hate that tiny place, no matter how convenient it can be for work. 55 square yards are not enough when you need to get away from the wife.
You want to get away from your pregnant wife? Sir? Pregnant wife?
I wouldn't mind a place away from the city. Even started looking at the ads. I spied an interesting lot, actually. Heard it was finally put up for sale. Or that something mansion, you know the one with all the ghost stories.
Oh, we've seen it from her perspective then. These are the worst English accents I've ever heard. Oh. Like the one that I'm sounding out, or the one that they're actually like talking.
The Ermagerd mansion?
That's the one. Worthy of a king it is. I'd buy it myself, but Rochelle would only gripe if I brought it up to her. Not to mention all the expenses a place like that will be a real fixer-upper.
No, not you. They're even worse. Oh.
You also have to find someone willing to work there with how superstitious people can be.
If it becomes a problem, just hire someone to do an exorcism.
Actually, I do know of someone who could be up to the task. You remember the Ludgates party at their Christchurch summer residence?
Of course. It was an excellent soiree. Everything was so classy, too. Such good taste.
Oh, that place was a pigsty until they hired out this interior designer and they turned it into a bloody palace. She worked for the Exodus for their apartment in Soho too, and they recommended her when we were looking up pieces for our beach house in Porto Colom. I think I have a business card right at... No, I must have left it in my other jacket. Anyway, she's called, what's her name? Marianne, I believe, yes. But truly, if anyone were to get that place in McCullough, well, they'd be the envy and the talk of the town.
Well, if you put it that way, I might just snatch it up for myself. This place was starting to feel a bit small lately anyway.
Sure, a 3-story penthouse might not fit the definition of small for some people. ... Okay, maybe a lot of people. But it isn't big enough to have a grand parties in. As it is, I only invited 30 people to this one, and I already feel cramped in here. It certainly would be nice if I didn't have to ride an elevator up and down several floors before I can get to anywhere as well. All Luke's words, not mine. Besides, I have been looking for a good anniversary gift. Luke might like this one. Anyway, where is he anyway? Luke is dressed to the nines as usual is. It's Malfoy! And he looks ready for whatever the day is about to throw at him. His butler and valet wait by his side, just in case he isn't ready as he looks. Oh, sure, that is normal. What is confusing to me is the fact that he is on his way out of Penthouse, considering he won't have anywhere to go until much later.
Where are you going?
I am to attend the Triad Autumn Tasting. I do believe I informed you of this 2 weeks ago.
Yes. And might I remind you that I had stricken that off your schedule? Because 1, the doctor told you to stop consuming so much alcohol. And 2, I informed you a few days ago about the open house we are going to attend in its place. I've even found this marvelous interior designer, Mary Ann McCullough.
It's a 3.5-hour drive to Cardiff. I don't have time for this. This is like that little party you threw all over again. You don't inform me of it, and you expect me to stay and be a gracious host when I have business elsewhere. You know how I operate, Hannah. Unless this was penciled in, I am sticking to my schedule.
If I may intrude, the madam is correct. Your physician did insist you moderate your drinking, unless you wish to incur acute pancreatitis. And you did have this open house penciled in last Wednesday morning.
Bullocks, I don't remember doing so.
Well, you did. While very hungover, in fact.
Oh, well, you did, but very hangover, in fact. What? He did. Moaned about me being too loud, but gave in after some pushing. Perhaps it was a bit too cruel and manipulative of me, but...
Whose side are you on?
Come on, Luke. You promised we'd do whatever I want this weekend.
Gordon Bennett, fine. I am giving this house tour of yours a chance.
Gordon Bennett? What?
But if it proves to be a waste of time, I am going to Cardiff, and you are going to take a cab home. Are we clear?
It's just a bit of husband and wife tit-tat, isn't it? All couples have their arguments. Once the honeymoon phase is over, as they seem to call it, reality sets in. That you and your partner might not always seem eye to eye. Perhaps it's been the years. 7 of them is nothing to scoff at.
I just cannot bloody believe I agreed to this. I was really looking forward to the Triad tasting.
Though sometimes I think it's something a bit more than just a simple disagreements. And I have to stop myself from wondering where we went wrong.
There's always the Triad Christmas tasting in Manchester next month, and that'll only be an hour and a half drive.
The way he's talking... Have I been neglectful? Have I offended? Have I acted shamefully?
Yes, but Cardiff.
Certainly any problems can be discussed. As long as he doesn't turn me away.
Well, there goes my good mood. Are you happy now, Hannah?
Yes, I am very happy, Luke. Because for once in a very long time, we are doing what I want. I'm ecstatic. Understood? And this would be perfect if you stop acting like a child who needs their nappy changed. We will be leaving after lunch for the Ermengarde mansion. You are going to park your rear in the car and keep mum. And you are going to behave during the tour.
Nonetheless, needless to say that Luke looked a bit shocked about my little outburst. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, struggling to reply, before he crosses his arms and looks like, well, a moping child.
Any more rules for this little excursion of yours, Your Highness?
No wine.
No wine? Unacceptable! I am already not allowed to the tasting, and you would deprive me of that simple pleasure?
If I see you take one sip today, I will put the stocks under lock and key. Do you understand me?
Don't forget the bottles he keeps in his dresser.
Don't forget the bottles he keeps in his dresser.
Whose side are you on?
How many times in one day can you ask that?
How many times in one day could you ask that? Why is it you talk like this all the time?
As many times as I need you, traitor!
The ride to the mansion is quiet, with Luke having stared out the window the entire way, not paying attention to anything around him. Meanwhile, I am conflicted. I don't know if I should apologize or for changing his plans like that. But by the time we arrive to the mansion, I see his eyes light up with a genuine interest. Apologizing is the last thing on my mind. The whole affair with the Ermengarde mansion is certainly an interesting experience. The place had been renovated and restored for by the owners, what they claim to be acceptable standards. The mansion itself looks like something befitting a fairy tale of a period piece, or a period piece. It's tastefully decorated, and with a little bit of love and attention, I am surely it could be a place Luke and I can call home. And a number of other perspectives, buyers and that have come from a powerful, wealthy Luxembourg certainly did not disappoint, marketing this estate as a prime property. And the leaders amongst the group who went with the Rose woman, and I saw a few other noticeable faces, though I did not really feel like mingling. Unfortunately for every one of them, the Wrights are interested in buying. Wheel of Woe. Oh, so that's what she looked like, Isabel, before. Okay. What's been bugging my mind, however, is that Isabel. What's her problem? I still don't quite understand what's happening. One moment she's scrambling to give us the paperwork to finalize the sale, and then she is panicking over some sort of prank letter or another.
Dear me, is Isabel all right?
It's apparent that the way she shakes by the pallor of her skin, something has really shaken her up.
Isabella, do you need me to call that ambulance?
I am worried, but it will be best if she is attended to by someone more familiar to her, like her partner. Even when the girl refuses Rose's offers to drink, and looks just about ready to make a run for it.
I'm just feeling a bit out of it. Excuse me. I'll be back. I just need to catch my breath.
And she does. And she does so. Just as I predicted, her partner follows, more like a concerned mother. There's an awkward air amongst us, and when we are left to the wake of whatever that was. The other murmurs and gossip with each other, speaking of the poor. A daft girl and telling the tale to whoever was not audience to act in the first place. It doesn't take long for the woman Rose to return to pull us aside into the study for what is rightfully assumed damage control. Rose invites Marianne in, hoping to apologize for her as well. But the woman refuses, saying she is not one of her clients anyway. That leaves myself, Rose, and Luke, the last all too eager to make himself comfortable in the study he's no doubt already claimed as his own.
I can't apologize enough about what just happened. Please forgive Isabella. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. She's young, and all those rumors about this being haunted just got to her head. And it must be this terrible heat, too.
Are you sure it is wise to just let her go like that? Where is the poor dear? She might get hurt.
She's more likely to hurt somebody else, given what just happened.
I told her to sit down and take a break. Already rang someone to pick her up, too.
That might be for the best, dear. But please, we're here to talk about the mansion, yes? Why, I absolutely adore it. Don't you, Luke? Some of the rooms will certainly have to be repurposed. We want to change the appliances and have Marianne lead on the decor, but the whole thing is just lovely.
It's lovely.
I guess. It's certainly a lot roomier than our
Our
penthouse.
wonderful viewers type
Stretch, I will thank
socials
you and
to find
hydrate.
me in other places on the net. Thanks again
Hey,
for
streamer.
watching.
Someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you for that, Pats. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. And yay, thank you. Thank you, monkey. Thank you for plugging my socials and throwing sweets at me. I guess it's certainly a lot roomier than our penthouse.
Exactly. Lots of space for guests, parties, a lot of room for little ones to run around too.
Let's not discuss that right now, Buttercup. Anyway, I do think it would be a shame to let this mansion slip past us.
Oh, he do not want kids.
But you haven't even finished touring the house.
Well, we like what we've seen.
I'm making her job easier for her, am I not? No need for loans or long price negotiations. We just signed the contract and closed the deal. Really, do you think the woman will be more happy about an easy sale? I know how these estate agents worked. How long have they had to wait, and how much do they have to spend just for a single sale? Why she should be jumping up for joy right now? I'm sure the commission on the mansion is nothing to sneeze at, even if she has to split it with that Isabel girl.
Do you think we could have horses here?
Yes, those do sound nice, love. Anyway, if anyone else is interested in buying this property, I assure you that I'm able and willing to give a better offer.
A vineyard would be nice. Or maybe
And we do reward our people quite generously, Rose. So if I were you, I would start on that paperwork.
Hi, Sigma. Ayo, melon girl. Ayo, an anime girl, and And it jiggles? Nah, it must lock in with a deep, sultry tone. Howdy, miss. Ain't you lost? Late at nights, you shouldn't be... What? Hello, first of all? Hi? What in the 7 names? End my suffering? Huh? Thank you, monkey. So if I were you, I would start on a paper.
Helicopter pad.
Oh god. I pause. Sorry it took me so long. I was reading it. No worries. No worries. Thank you for being active. I appreciate you. There was a small moment of complete silence where Rose and I stared incredulously at Luke. It's an unspoken understanding, a rule between the two of us that we have put on an act. With our social standing, where the image matters, it's also important to avoid making enemies. And to follow the rules by an easy feat for me. From youth, I have been well-trained social butterfly, graciously and graceful. Luke, on the other hand...
Wait, what, Luke? No, what? Whatever would we need a helipad for?
Well, he likes to play the fool sometimes, and even if he is anything but. As he throws me a weary smile, I shake my head and beckoning Rose over. This is to be our home, and there's nothing she or anyone else can change my mind. This is the place that speaks of power and importance at the same time, and safety and comfort. Perhaps we can even have our own family here. There's definitely no better gift than this for our special date. Why everything here is absolutely wonderful. What? Well, except for the ugly painting in the study. It looks like a bad fake Edward Munch's painting.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to pay 10% higher than your listing price. If anyone tries to outbid us, just add another 5%. I doubt anyone can, of course. Or, you know what? Just add 15% to the listing price, and we can sign all the paperwork now.
I guess, if that's what you want. That won't be any trouble. I don't have all the papers now. Didn't think this would be a quick sell. I'll have copies sent to you so you can look over them. And if you'd still like to finish the rest of the tour with Isabella's group, you're more than welcome to.
No, I think we're good here. We'd appreciate a private tour of the place a lot more, I think.
All right. Should I let Marianne in, then?
Marianne? Oh, right. She's been waiting outside the study this whole time, hasn't she? I've need to have a little chat with her to move this little mansion project forward.
Please do.
There's a look of apprehension on the other woman entering the study. Yet, like a professional, I see the moment when she steels herself in masks her worry. Admirable.
We have this project then?
Of course. Will you be needing anything from us?
Having the floor plans would be a great start, just so that I can look at them beforehand. And if you could tell me when you're available for a meeting so that I can include it in my calendar?
Oh, is a meeting really all that necessary, Marianne? I guess we can send Johans to help you out. You two can start by getting rid of this ugly painting.
A hush falls upon the room by my
What painting?
breast. And lo and behold, the painting is gone. And in its place is a mirror that stands, which leaves me to look at my own confused expression.
Odd. Well, no matter. Back to the topic at hand. Marianne, dear, we are simply far too busy to meet up. But I guess we can free up a day to meet with you. I don't really need another maudlin Monday reading about Maury anyway. The book club can function without me for one day. What time shall we be seeing each other? How does lunch sound?
Attack my house has a higher priority over book club. Why we hold the next meeting in this place? Surely the beauty of grandeur of all will inspire spirited and lively debates about whether modern day writers should match up the classics. I might as well clear up the rest of my week to handle whatever affairs buying this mansion requires of me. Any social activity can be put off until the Ermengarde, or rather the Wright's mansion's great debut. I'll have my fill of great parties and gatherings, especially when I organize them myself.
That sounds good. Although, with a project of this scope, we might need most of the day to tackle your concerns. A more thorough inspection of the place is also preferable.
Breakfast then! It's a date.
It's really not.
All right, Monday, 10 o'clock sharp. We'll see you then.
Actually, Marianne suggested that we meet at 9, but who is even awake at that unholy hour? I was lucky enough to wake up this morning before Luke went off on his way to Cardiff. We say goodbye and shake hands and make it clear without outright saying that we own this house. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset has almost fallen upon us.
So, you really want to buy this place then? That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you. Not that I'm complaining.
Ew. I feel elation. Elatation? When I hear those words from him. It's not every day I'm able to please someone like Luke. He gives away false flattery and sway those who starve for his attention and approval. But in privacy of closed doors, he would often express his grievances and neither censored himself in front of me, nor spared me of his criticism.
You have been saying the penthouse was getting a bit too small for you. Happy anniversary!
Oh. That time of the year already?
Sir, you did not just say, oh, that time of the year already? He forgot about it. Last year, too. I understand that he's a busy man, but...
Is that why you want to buy it?
Yes. You don't like it?
I do. But I remember you used to talk about how you wanted to live next to the beach.
Botany Bay, Kent. I remember the sea, water that stretched on for miles and miles, as far as the eye can see. As a kid, I loved the beach trips, swimming all day as much as I could. I was a well-behaved kid, and only one time I was ever truly difficult is when I refused to get out of the waters, even when my fingers had gone all wrinkly. And even they managed to pull me out of the water. There were there was always sandcastles. The day before we married, I told Luke I wanted a house by a beach and a dog. By the beach and a dog. And a kid or two. None of those things came true. 7 years later...
That was a childish dream. Living next to the beach is so impractical if you really think about it.
I don't know. It's not a bad thought to see you in a bathing suit every day.
My man, you just forgot about the anniversary and now you're thinking about her body? Sir.
Maybe another time, love. We still have forever, don't we?
He says nothing, only grabbing my hand and holding it tight as we spend the rest of the ride home in silence. I miss the sea. Sick and hovering over the loo. Sick and hovering over the loo. At 3 in the morning, the picture I paint right now is hardly glamorous. A horrid fishy taste left my mouth. Ugh. As I throw up. Ugh. And I had for dinner. And I hate the acid oh my god. Can we not fucking describe it right now? The burning sensation on the back of my throat is no help whatsoever. I feel a wave of nausea come over me when the door pops
Hannah,
open.
what are you doing so early out of bed?
I'm fine, love. I must have just eaten something bad.
That's all I managed to say before vomiting again into the porcelain throne. Lovely.
Just go back to bed, Luke. I'm going to clean up here.
I refuse to look at him. I don't want him to see me like this. Last time I've had a horrible morning stretches into the toilet. During my last college years, being the life of the party. Thoughtless and shameless, I've thrown away my months of frivolously merriment and pointless hookups. I didn't even retain any of the connections I've made from that time. Surely, they still know of me, I still know of them. And we still do business from time to time. But I've lost touch with anyone who I didn't see on a daily basis. I hardly have any other friends I had when I was still Hannah Evans, teachers, fellow university students, drinking buddies, and old conquest like Jack.
No, don't touch me, sweetie. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting.
Luke sits down next to me on the toilet floor, holding my hair, as I cough up more fish. Fish! He wipes the vomit off the corner of my mouth, and just stares.
Do I need to fire someone? I don't feel sick.
Just feeling a bit under the weather, dear. It's been unbearably hot as of late, hasn't it?
She is pregnant!
I do wish it would rain.
Are you sure it wasn't those sweets? I told you not to eat those sweets.
Maybe. Well, don't laugh.
Well, I can't help if you make that sort of face.
He starts chuckling, and soon enough, he's in a fits of laughter. The scene happening is next to the loo, filled with sick. It just makes the whole thing bizarre. And nearly makes me start giggling as well. I try to stifle it through. I smack him on the shoulder.
I'm not making a face, Luke. Stop laughing. Shut up.
When he wouldn't stop laughing, I let myself go as laughter bubbles from my own throat, and I forgot whatever ill feelings plagued me. We were just husband and wife, laughing together, funny faces, little things in life. I let myself go because I know that these moments will not last forever. But if I just know the terrible things that are to come for us, I would have wished everything, and then the laughter would have stayed.
Up, higher! Come on now!
The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishing here and there, alongside several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. Luke watches them like a hawk, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets stolen.
Careful now! I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings. Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
Luke, do the dishwashers go into the kitchen or the butler's pantry?
Pantry, Buttercup. Careful, that's Emma. No, you there, put that down. You do not manhandle a Napoleon Abueva.
Abueva. I see the expression, and I have to send the foreman an apologetic glance. Even Johannes rolls his eyes as he goes by. Considering Luke, I always like the Considering the Luke is always like this during a project, Johannes and I gotten used to it. Poor Marianne, on the other hand, looks a bit stressed at seeing the gigantic mess before quickly going back into work. Everything just has to be perfect, exactly the way he wants it. One little thing out of place and one little thing that he didn't fit the image of is clearly constructed in his mind, and Luke gets bent out of shape.
Sweetie, why don't we go and sort your suits upstairs? Let your Hans and Marianne and the foreman deal with the rest of the work.
We have this, Mrs. Wright.
Yes, please do go before a blood vessel bursts. Bloodstains are so troublesome to clean.
How would he know that? Taking him by the hand, I lead him upstairs to our bedroom. This place has been arranged for first so we can get some rest, no matter the state of the rest of the mansion is in. I'm definitely glad I lie down on a soft, comfy bed after what has been a busy morning. Watching Luke act like his life depended on getting this move done is stirring all on its own. Oh, it's tiring all on its own. And to think I have a whole day of this ahead of me. I feel the bed dip beside me as Luke sits down and with a sigh.
Well, I can't wait for this to be over.
I don't know. It's fun seeing you all fired up. Here at home and not at work, you know.
You know I can't always be home, Hannah. I have a company to run, unless you've forgotten.
I haven't forgotten. You're the one who insists on being there to make sure each and every little thing is under control.
Oh.
I just really miss you sometimes, and I wish you were at home more often. Why, if you're not careful, I might go a bit loopy and I'll start bringing cats home. And soon enough, one day you'll find yourself going home to a farm just filled with felines that follow you everywhere.
Oh, don't bluff. The things would shred up your precious furniture. Besides, you don't even like cats.
True. Dogs are infinitely superior, of course.
But what about the wet dog smell? The mess? I'm not cleaning up after a mutt, no matter how cute. If you think about it, a cat would be better.
Oh my god. We laugh. It's not always like we just lie down and talk about these sort of things. To joke around as we were teenagers again with the little problems in the way of responsibilities and roles. To hear his genuine, honest, goodness laughter is a rarity. This is just the second time as of late. And I only see it as a good sign of things. I only see it as a sign of good
All
things
good
to come.
points. I guess we could just have kids. That is, if you prefer dealing with soiled nappies and sick as opposed to dead birds, mice, and litter boxes. I've already told Marianne about turning the second bedroom into a children's room.
I guess sometimes I don't know if I'm crossing a line. I didn't say I'm a good comedian, did I?
Not this again.
What? I wasn't being serious.
It's not something you take the piss out of. Having a kid is a big responsibility, Hannah. We've talked about this, haven't we? I'm not ready to be a parent. I'd probably end up killing the little brat by the week's end.
Okay. Should she suppress her own feelings or suck up to her man? By basically telling him that he would be a great father. Which he definitely wouldn't by being gone that much. Sure. I feel guilty, uneasy even, about bringing this topic up. This isn't the first time I've brought it up, out there. Brought it out there, considering we have been married for 7 years. I should have learned my lesson. Talk about it has gotten me disapproval. My disapproval. After all, this is one of the surefire way to get Luke into a terrible mood.
I'm sorry. But I do think you...
Don't finish that sentence, Hannah. Just don't. We know how this discussion ends. Let's not fight over what-ifs and if-onlys.
But what if we are going to have a family, Luke? What then?
I just told you. No what-ifs.
We won't talk about it until you're ready.
Let's not talk about it then. Ever.
What? Okay. The silence is followed. It's deafening. I avert my gaze from him, favoring the view of our four-posted bed, overseeing his... Thank you. Embittered expression. Just thinking of how insensitive I am for bringing it up makes me feel... Happy birthday, thank you! I appreciate it, thank you! Oh my god! Thank you! Thank you for gifting, Monkey! I appreciate you! What? That is so kind. Thank you for gifting for the community. More will come when my job gives me work again. It's not necessary. Your company is enough for me. But still, thank you. Just thinking of how insensitive I am for bringing this up make me feel sick to my stomach. We stay still. Neither of us dare to make the first move to leave. Until a crash from downstairs cuts through the tension.
Oh, bloody hell, what is it now? I can't get away for 10 minutes without someone mucking something up! That better not be what I think it is! I know it's only an 8 million yen vase, but I swear, I
don't stop him as he stomps off. I don't even bother to look. He doesn't even bother to look my way. Yet I still feel his eyes boring into me. Alone, Per usual. I should really be used to this by now. I can feel the minutes tick by with me just lying there, feeling miserable and full of self-pity. I rolled over to lie on my stomach on the point, with my face buried into the pillows when I hear when there's a knock on the door. Grumbling at them to go away doesn't work with my voice, as a voice comes through the other side.
The photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Wait, that's today? Oh yes. People had caught the wind of our new mansion, and every moment we left the open house. You want it spoiled? That's so kind. Thank you, monkey. But you don't have to. Luke had boasted that he could acquire the property in no time, and allowed a photo shoot for an entire interior designer magazine to be scheduled today. Well, there were complications as it took longer than it usually does for us.
In a minute, Hansi.
Johannes, if you could at least make it through the end.
Tell them I'll be right down, Hansi.
The mansion grounds has been one of the first things to be fixed up aside from the bedroom. Although it's still work in progress, it's been promising start, and I already see the flower patches. Luke favored the daffodils, standing out easily, having this transparent from the pots. Transplanted from the pots that used to litter the rooftops of a penthouse. See if the moving crew thought that Luke.
Hello, wonderful viewers. Type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
See that Luke was being hard on them and clearly didn't see the landscape on his way out. The man looked like he was already to faint, and Luke seemed like he's ready to kill him by the end of their discussion. It is in the gardens that I see him standing near the flowers in quiet admiration. He is hard to miss, the hulk of a man clearly did not belong, and with the backpack and suitcase he has with him, makes him look much larger. This is a peculiar sight, seeing someone who looks like he does handling little, delicate things with such care. He looks up from his gardens and does a double take before a friendly face replaces sincere expression.
Miss Wright, yeah? Hi, Zachary Steele here from Luxury Living, ma'am. Hope you weren't waiting too long. But it looks like you're still moving in, huh? Thought for a second there my calendar was wrong and I came here too early.
The one and only. Welcome to Maison de Right. And yes, we've been in the process of moving in as we were delayed, but it won't be a problem. They're just adding a few things here and there, and you should still be able to do your work. Where's the rest of your crew then, Mr. Steele?
Zach is fine, please. Mr. Steele makes me feel like I'm a mascot for a cleaning product. Anyway, I'll be your one-man crew for today. Don't worry, been doing this gig for a while now.
You must be quite the veteran to handle this on your own. We've had a full crew coming into our penthouse the last time we were covered in your magazine.
Veteran? Oh, your words are too kind, Miss Wright.
Hannah! If I get to call you Zach, you have my permission to call me Hannah.
Alrighty then. Anyway, I'm no veteran, but I know my camera well enough to make sure this is a good shoot. You can trust me on that, Miss Wright. Hannah.
Hannah. Zachary proves quite quickly enough that I can, in fact, trust him with his skills with the camera and experience in this industry at the very least. He's kind of torturous, listening and following as I lead him around the house. A really nice fellow, and he treats our household staff well. Oh, thank you! I forgot my health power stuff. I appreciate you. Staff when we cross paths with them.
Squishy. Squishy, squishy, squishy.
Thank you. Thank you for the squishies. I will stretch. Thank you. And I appreciate you. I answer his questions to the best of my ability and patient enough to answer mine whenever I get curious enough. For one, I ask for what the bags are for. They're quite the magician's toolkit. From inside, he had procured several items of to embellish with the interior with fruit or bowls, lemons, trays with pepper mills, stacks with cookbooks, and cutting boards, and glass canisters filled with colorful nuts and grains, and that brought into the kitchen setting. For the bathroom, there is a white towel, seashells, and decorative soaps. And there's one other thing as well, numerous to count. All the large backpacks and suitcases.
Tricks of the trade. Softens up a room, makes a place feel more homey, and fills it up with texture. But you guys probably have better stuff I can use for this.
No lights? Don't tell me all of these are just props.
Well, I've got my tripod here. For things like these, natural light is best. I'll just have to set the shutter speed to a real slow setting, and as long as nobody steps into the shot, it'll look great.
Oh, it better.
We go through the rooms one more time, although we first tackle one of movers have no business in anyone. Although we first tackle the ones that the movers have no business in anymore. The ballroom needs a little preparation, as it is the grand design. Although there is some trouble at first, with the wide open spaces, the grand pictures is backlit. It's the kitchen that Zachary's props comes in handy, considering how Johannes kept the place so neat and sterile, one can practically eat off the floor. We carry our touring to the house and taking pictures where we can, with exceptions to the rooms where which have yet to gain any purpose or design. Too bad I can't take a sneak peek of his photos yet. Funnily enough, he is using his traditional camera. I didn't even know a film still existed. With the way he speaks, however, I can see that he knows enough about his craft that I'm not too worried about the botched photographs. I imagine photography can be quite cathartic for him, judging about how at ease he looks while taking the pictures. There's a small snippets of conversation in between the click-clacks of the camera. Or the clicking of the camera. He's even going far as to talk about the terminologies, like the shutter speeds and aperture. When I asked about the technical aspects. I can't quite see the pictures as it's made, much like when I watched artists paint on their canvas. But just by watching someone so passionately practicing their craft, such as this is exciting in its own way. Going through the many rooms, it's quite an exercise for both of us. Oh, he takes a picture of her. Despite that, he has been so nice, I find myself putting on my best smile. But as it is we were taking pictures of the foyer, everything comes to a standstill for a moment. Just a moment, and I had not been paying attention, I would have even noticed. It's merely a split second when Zachary's rhythm is put to a halt. His finger doesn't move to release the shutter. Yet he also doesn't pull the camera away from his face. Gaze still firmly fixed through the viewfinder. His hand shakes as there is a light sheen and sweat on his forehead.
Zachary?
No response.
Zach, is something the matter?
Lowering his camera, he blinks and stares at something for a while behind me before shaking his head. Turning around, though, I see nothing, but could have gotten his attention.
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
I struggle to respond this time. There was a sudden weight on my back and inscribbled tightness around my throat. Everything stops. And everything starts again, and I manage to choke out.
If you're sure.
I don't know what just happened. It was just probably a dizzy spell. I'm fine. And he said he's fine. We will continue at the same pace as before, although there is an unspoken agreement that we will not talk about what just happened.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly, for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't, it's fun and it puts food on the table, but...
I'm sorry.
It's not what I really want to do. At least, not all the time.
What is it that you want to do then?
Maybe I've been out of line, sticking my nose into other people's businesses, but I can't help but ask. I regret doing so as I see his shoulders slump, and the easygoing air he has fades away. He looks torn over whether that he wants to talk about it or not.
Films, documentaries mostly, but cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on this thing, actually.
What thing?
Well, it wasn't really a big thing. People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Very funny.
So, Grand Director, do you want to tell me what Blue Fonzie is all about?
He hesitates. But when I refuse to budge on the matter, he gives in and spills it all out. But for sure, I don't know French. The darkness hours of Black British. Of the Black British? The darkest hour of the Black British. He speaks He speaks with a passion of one who has gone through the very matter he's concerned with. There is a conviction, knowledge, and experience in his speech. Why I would have told him that he is an amazing speaker, if only I wasn't so engrossed in listening. Prejudged? and discrimination. Yeah, prejudice and discrimination in schools and in the workplace. Lesser chances for opportunities and higher chances of being treated like a criminal. He spoke of blacks and people with color in general, still being treated like second-class citizens. All because of color of the skin. It's all possibly riveting and sad. It comes to a point wherein he soon loses steam and he looks abashed, realizing that he just realizing what he just had gone.
Sorry, I just got so carried away and...
It's fine. It is really so fascinating to watch people talk about their passion after all. You should see how your eyes light up when you speak so fiercely. You do have very beautiful eyes.
Ma'am, you have a husband.
Uh-huh. Thanks, I guess.
I want to say that I understand where he's coming from. But I really don't, do I? I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth, and I've lived a charmed life. It hasn't been perfect, but there are difficulties. I've been through pales of comparison to what other has experienced on a daily basis. I certainly don't know how I would have fared were it any different. Would I still have met Luke? Would he still have loved me if I was any lesser?
What was your home like? These things you talk about. It sounds like you've... Well, I don't mean to pry, I mean.
Live with my older sister and my grandparents. We had a shop selling all sorts of things below our flat. And well, I was one of the few non-white, non-British students in class. I didn't get pushed around or anything straight up. Even then, I was one of the biggest kids around. But a pencil and notebook would go missing, you know?
Oh, that I knew. Children can be so cruel at times. Of course, it may be a slightly different story, but you have a personal guards, and the stolen items is not pencils, but expensive heirlooms.
So what about you? How you liking your new house? It's pretty impressive.
It's nice, I suppose.
You suppose? Not big enough?
What? No, oh, don't be a bully. It's just that...
I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
I was a little girl all dolled up and treated like a fragile porcelain. With nursemaids waiting to me hand and foot. All the material possessions anyone could ever want. I could have asked for on a whim and it would be handed to me, just like that. But I barely saw my parents. Just goodbye kisses in the morning before they went off to who knows where they were needed to next. I saw them more often than the telly. I saw them more often on the telly or in the papers than I ever did in person.
I remember my old house. It was a lot like this one. Big walls and big halls, but nobody in it. Not really. It makes you think how alone you are.
A pensive mood overcomes us. And there's a moment where neither of us are sure on how to go on from there. Things have gotten a bit too personal, yet it isn't fully uncomfortable. Like as if we have been friends before.
Well, that's normal, ain't it? You just moved here. You'll make home out of it yet.
He certainly makes it easy to believe that. My childhood is indeed a lot like this one. just as large and extravagant. And just as empty. I hope he is right.
So, Monsieur le Photographe, you've covered the one and only Ermengarde Mansion. What's next on the agenda?
Why is there open door?
The interview?
Boring. It's an interior design and housing magazine.
And they want to know what Miss Wright has to say about her interior design and house.
Honor Wright thinks she bought a magnificent house that she can certainly brag about. Blah, blah. Boring. You know what they should print more of? I watched an interesting documentary the other day. Bleu Foncé, The Darkest Hours of the Black British. I recommend you watch it. Those are the things that people should know about. What do they care if I use a purple or green bowl of fruit in my kitchen?
People, right?
Oui. People are shite. What do you think? Do I look good with this angle?
I strike a pose while he's being busy looking at taken back a moment, probably not expecting me to just go and say such crash words. But he recovers quickly, and after snapping a few shots, he grins.
Vous êtes belle. You want copies of these ones?
Yes, please. So, the big boy knows French.
Oh. Why is there flirting when you gotta...
You must have wooed a few ladies. Unless you're into gents. Either way, French is, after all, the language of romance.
I just find it complicated.
Oh, I don't know about quoting fancy poetry. But I've made lunch for a girl before, and they did like that fancy French cuisine.
Can you cook your best?
I can cook just about anything as long as I know the recipe.
C'est magnifique.
It's been too long since I've had a nice and proper chat with a good friend. No, Lee is certainly not a good friend. And although that we've just met, Zachary is the sort who can probably befriend anyone. He is just a comfortable person to be around with. A bit too comfortable. The photo shoot went by a breeze. And somewhere along the way, and we talk and laugh, I find myself getting a little too close without realizing. He'll give me this strange look until I back off, and he'll go back to asking questions after I agreed to do his little interview. And it's just odd. Well, no. Me being friendly isn't the odd one. That's how I am. Zachary is the one that's being odd. Why anyone else would be absolutely welcoming with an extra attention I give them? He, on the other hand, almost looked flustered about it. He should be used to different personalities by now, having to deal with the various people when he works. And if not, he needs to start. Perhaps nobody has shown him the attention of this kind, but he is a big boy, and he should be able to handle me. What the fuck? All that it is, it's a friendly touch here, and a pretty smile there, and a gentle swaying of the hips as I move around. Zachary grew and grew more red every time he noticed. I am being mean, as I find the enjoyment of seeing him unravel. Perhaps this one during the interview is beyond that. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing, right? Zachary and I are just having a little playful, friendly chat while enjoying the outside view. At least that's how I see it.
I'm sorry, but I'm really getting distracted. Could you maybe stop doing that?
Stop? You have a husband. I'm not sure if I want to.
I'll stop if it makes you uncomfortable, sweetie.
Sorry.
No, I should be the one apologizing. Why, you're a shy one, aren't you, big guy?
It's not that, but...
He gestures to the ring on my finger, and I lets the fact of the matter hang heavily between us. Being told implicitly that I am too forward, not common occurrence. I think I am more stunned at the fact that he pointed it out, rather than, well, being rejected. Not that anything is going to happen between us in the first place. It was just going to be some harmless flirting, right?
So, you've never had a girlfriend?
Damn. That went from 0 to 100 real quick. What the fuck?
No.
No.
No boyfriend either. You know, just in case you were gonna ask for that one next.
And you haven't even had your first kiss?
Ma'am, where's
Not
this
a one,
going?
ma'am.
Do you want to have your first kiss today?
I can't help it. I really can't. I really, really can't help it. And I'm going to apologize a lot later. Surely, by the catty smile on my face, it's obvious that I'm pulling his leg. The laugh I fail to contain certainly gives it away, if it still isn't obvious. But still, he lights up in embarrassment and stammering and sputtering objections.
You're married, and this will be extremely unprofessional.
Let's go, Sack! Yeah!
I never said I would kiss you, silly. Oh, Johans!
No! What? No! Don't call your butler. She's Hannah!
That would be for the better. I don't think his husband would appreciate it if I made him kiss another man. I do not think he can hear us from here either.
Zack is a good boy, he's a good boy.
But it is hard to think you're not taken, Zachary. Why, whoever becomes your girlfriend will be so lucky to have you. You can cook and take wonderful photographs. Wonderful meals and wonderful memories.
I can play guitar too.
Okay.
You can?
You are really not helping it there, Zachary.
Oh my. Wonderful serenades as well then. Perhaps I can find a young lady who deserves a fine, strapping young gentleman like yourself.
Let's not get carried away. Besides, I gotta be going. It's getting late and I got someplace else to be.
A shame. I will be expecting you again soon, I hope. For a copy of my photographs, yes?
Of course. I'll even deliver them personally. Just, you know, don't try to make me kiss your butler when I drop by.
Zack is too shy to pull. As fate would have it, the moment the words leave his mouth, Johans comes out from the house. Judging by the slight raise of his brow, that he heard only the tail end of the sentence.
There shall be no kissing of any butlers under this roof, Danke.
Danke. Ja, danke. There shall be no kissing onto this roof, danke.
But you are not under a roof, are you, Hansi?
To my amusement, he takes a step back, safely placing him within the threshold of the foyer and under the roof of the house. And just as ever, he is quick to return with the sardonic reply.
I am now. As I was saying, madam, it's about time for supper.
Supper?
Will I be needing to set an extra place at the table?
Oh, what? No, I was just leaving, actually. So, you have a good night, Hannah. And you too, Hansi.
It was nice to meet you, Zach, honey. You have a safe trip.
He nods and grins, and the grin on his face as he says goodbye. It is the sweetest that I've ever seen. I linger, looking out for him and his relatively tiny bicycle, backpack safely secured and basket by the front and suitcase hooked, and a suitcase hooked on the back to the back. I watch as he went down the path of Anselm village until there's nothing more than just a blip. Until he's nothing more than just a blip in the horizon. I cannot help a small smile on my face as I go inside for supper. Entering the dining hall causes me so much confusion. It's dark. For a moment I thought the electricity would work. The electricity work is not up to par. But then, that is clearly not the case. Every other room is brighter than the artificial light. Finding the light switch for a momentary task, considering the size and my unfamiliarity with the room. To make matters worse, the darkness grants the room a different atmosphere, eerie and frightening. It takes longer than I thought to find the switch, something that will have I have to rectify later on. My skin starts to prickle, and there's something distinct feeling about being watched. It unsettles me and then spurs me on my search. And when I do open the lights, there's a hiss.
I'll turn the lights down, woman!
And there at the end of the hall, my beloved husband, with his face in one hand and the glass in the other. Perhaps I can let it go. Thank you. Perhaps I can let it go with another one, if it's only one glass of wine.
Hey, streamer,
I was touched, thank
someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you. However, I can feel myself go livid after seeing the toxic green liquid gleam mockingly at me.
Luke, what? Are you drinking absinthe? You know what the doctor said. Absinthe, Luke. Are you actively trying to kill yourself? Because if you are, we can just hit you with a bloody car.
Honeybee, Buttercup, not too loud, please. Besides, it's Lelouch, not too strong. Just hair of the dog that bit me. Helps with the hangover, dearest.
You drank? When?
This morning, love. Don't be mad.
A wild Aurorus appears. Catch it by using Poke. Oh, interesting.
I just needed a few drinks, having to deal with those simpletons. And maybe I had one too much. You don't see me whinging about you leaving me to handle them on my own.
I had to attend the photo shoot and interview with Luxury Living. You know that. Let's not make this about me, Luke. This is about you and your drinking problem and...
Oh, I don't know, Hana, darling. What if my drinking problem, as you like to call it, is linked to you? If we think about it that way, this discussion is about you. That was pretty mean of you, leaving me alone to do all the work like that.
He's a dick.
You can't use the interview as an excuse either, honey. I was informed the moment your little interview was done. So, what was it then, What were you doing?
I was talking with Zachary, the photographer for Luxury Living.
I have no reason to tell the lies. It's not like I'm guilty of anything. But as Luke's expression turns, he makes me feel like I'm actually to blame for something. He has his ways of making me he has a way of making me laid bare with just a look. Okay. That has just really struck me when we first met years ago.
That giant Negro?
Sir!
You were having a secret meeting behind my back and it was with him?
What are you implying?
I don't know if I want to keep playing.
I'm implying nothing. I'm just worried. You know better than to trust those media types, Buttercup. He must have been really friendly to occupy your time like that.
That really made me feel sick to my stomach. Okay.
But all he's looking for is his next big headline.
He's a photographer for an interior design magazine.
Doesn't matter. You let one little thing slip, one wrong move, and it'll blow up in the telly in the morning. He'll go to his journalist friends to gossip and make a quick quid.
His eyes were the first thing I noticed about him. They were like nature, grass and the trees, wonderful and breathtaking. Now that I look at him, there's nothing but same shade of green as a bloody damn drink in his hand.
He was a perfect gentleman, Luke. I can't say the same for you as of recent.
Excuse me again? We're talking about you, Hana.
No, I am pretty sure we were talking about you and your drinking problem, Luke, right?
Hangover forgotten during the course of this little spat, the man jumps to his feet and seethes. It looks like he's barely stopping himself or throwing the nearest thing he can find.
Oh, it is not a problem. I can stop whenever I want.
Can you now?
And even if it was, I think you can very well stay out of it, as it only affects my own kidneys or liver or whatever the bloody hell that shite pollutes. Whatever aftermath that occurs because of your little chit-chat with the Negro affects the both of us, however.
Look, Luke, nothing will happen. You have to relax. It was just a friendly chat.
Well, now I think I'm getting jealous. Or I would be if it weren't for this damn headache.
Maybe you should drink more.
Maybe.
Supper is spent in silence, with nothing but an occasional sound of silverware. A grand feast has been served, well, grander than usual anyway, but most likely due to Luke's complaints of stress. A platter of native oysters and for starters, and tranche of turbot with purple sprouting broccoli, lemon, capers, and anchovy sauce for the mains. And to finish it off, it's black tea with golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. But when the appetites are appeased, and the plates are cleaned away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at the half-empty cup. Lonely, in the lull of the night, I sit in a house too big, too empty, foreign and unwelcoming. Even with its warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There is no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like any other obstacle I've faced before. This is minor setback in what I've hoped for a long and happy life. To remind myself that this is the place for Luke and our future children fills me with renewed vigor. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. Wailing is far away and muffled. Yet at the same time, it shakes me to my very core as I hear it. As if it's suffering or standing right beside me. Hearing sending chills down my spine makes my skin prickle with goosebumps. ... Who is that? No! A curiosity sinks as I thought, why would you follow the fucking thing? Follow the sorrows of sound into the kitchen.
Hello? Is anybody down there?
I'm curious and concerned, but no way I'm going down into the dark, still humid underground. I am not an enthusiastic as Luke, who considers himself quite to be a connoisseur. However, I cannot bring myself to go in bed with this racket going on. If there is one of the household to help, there will surely need some talking. After all, this wouldn't be the first time I've found one of the maids sobbing their eyes out over another thing or the other. As professional as our staff are... Jesus, this is very loud. Jesus. There you go. As a professional, it's fine. As a professional as our staff are, these are still human. More than not, it is either Johannes or who calmed them down. Who'd help them figure out what's going on about things. Unfortunately, I am not in high spirits right now, so I am not as woolly benevolent. If I open the hatch, the thing is gonna fucking jump me. Waiting for any sort of yields or no results, but I've already touched the floor hatch so far many times than what I'd like. I take a deep breath. Why? What? I just told you not to. I take a deep breath before reaching out again to whomever is inside. I've learned from experience that people respond better to kindness than threats. Shouting angrily would not help in coaxing them out.
You in the cellar? Do come out. We don't want Luke waking up and finding you in there, do we? That man would go ballistic thinking someone was trying to steal his precious wine.
Still nothing.
You can have a good cry. Just not in there, yes? Why don't you come out here and we can have a cuppa and you can tell me all about whatever it is you're bawling about?
With how long I'm standing there. Standing here, however, I'm starting to think of myself as a fool. I do not want to acknowledgement of other feelings I have, especially as I'm wailing, as the wailing took an eerie turn. The thought of being played with didn't sit well with me, and I had to stop myself from getting too hot-headed as I try one more time.
Now you come out of there! That is an order from the lady of the house, do you hear me? Why, I ought to...
No. I freeze as a hand clamps down on my shoulder. The dread I've been feeling all this time makes it known as I kneel unmoving and not even daring to breathe. I can feel my heart pounding against my chest. Please let it be fucking Johans. But the touch is gone as quickly as it seized me. Yes. It's only Johannes when I look back.
Apologies, madam, for touching you like that. You were not responding to my voice, and you looked about ready to wake the whole mansion up.
I'm sorry. I was getting rather loud, wasn't I? But that crying woman in there, we must do something about her.
He grows silent for a moment, looks concerned. At least I'll like to interpret it as concern, given how stoic our head butler usually is. Or rather, it must have been concern, as he takes off a glove and presses the back of his hand on his forehead before his worrisome inquiry.
I beg your pardon. What crying woman? Are you feeling well, madam?
In the cellar. Can't you hear her?
Madam Hannah, no one is down there.
What?
The cellar is locked. Only Luke and I have duplicates of the keys. Nobody is down there.
I stare at him in disbelief. But I listen once more, and I hear no crying. Tugging on the hatch for good measure prove his words to be true. The thing won't budge unless I had a key, short of using his power tools on it.
Perhaps it is time for you to go to bed, madam. You are simply tired and hearing things, a perfectly normal human experience. But if you are still experiencing auditory hallucinations in the morning, you are free to consult with me.
There's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach when he helps me up to my feet. What he says makes sense, but who am I to question someone who used to be a doctor? I'm just tired, and that's it. Long day of moving, an interview, and dealing with Luke has all drained me of any proper sense.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I just need some sleep, that's all.
Of course I'm right. Go on then. Gute Nacht.
Good night, Johans. Good night, house.
It's just fatigue. That's what I keep telling myself, although I can't ignore the strange feeling in my gut. Either there's something wrong with this house, or there's something wrong with my head. I sleep would be elusive tonight. 28th of October! Luke is already gone by the time I rise. There isn't a single hide or nor hair of him to be found. And trying to call him on his mobile is a bust. It's going straight to his voicemail. That's twice in a row he's gone on me. He's gone on me. But for him to disappear today of all days is a bit upsetting, because of what used to come. The morning is once again filled with a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, I am more refreshed.
Hello, wonderful viewers. Type socials to find me in other places on the net. Thanks again for watching.
Fortunately, I am more refreshed as I took a break from responsibilities. I haven't the faintest clue where Luke was yesterday. Today is going to be a busy day, although unlike Wednesday, the master of the house isn't here right now. absent once again from his duties. Hopefully, he will be back in time for the party. This is our house, after all. A grand housewarming party is a wonderful Wright's mansion. Every person of importance from Luxembourg is invited, and there will be a few guests flying in as well. Of course, there will be some people from the media alongside with friends and acquaintances who are made no less important, regardless of their stature of society. Marianne and I discussed business in the last minute touches to the house before finalizing everything. Not that there is too much to change from the original plans. Bar any huge additions to the property itself, the mansion is nearly 100% complete.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Well, I can't take all of the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the Wright mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Luke and I had a small tiff about making the second bedroom into a child's bedroom, which I insist is completely practical. In the end, he had inquisited I didn't give him any choice in the matter. I even bought this wonderful wooden crib in the antique store yesterday, including some toys. Just in case anyone brings their baby, of course. Besides, we have a little need for actual guest rooms. We hardly have guests who spend the night. Then why would you have a wooden crib? If we absolutely have to, we often choose to foot the bill for their visit on one of our hotels instead. Always at Luke's own insistence. And on off chance that we actually let people stay in the bedrooms in opposite wing is still up to the task.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
No, I did not agree to him having a helipad.
All right, then. Well, do we have any other concerns? Anything we need to put on our agenda before the party commences?
No, I don't think so. Not unless Luke has anything else to say.
Is he around then? It'd be best if we can note down his requests right away, considering the scope of his usual ones.
Around? No. Where is he? Who knows where? I don't.
No, he's not around.
She didn't have to point out the obvious now, did she? After 7 long years, I've already gotten used to him. I should be gone by now. I should be by now. Still not, apparently.
But don't you have a party?
I want nothing more than to complain and whinge about the how unfair this is. However, airing out one's dirty laundry is simply taboo amongst high society. To do so will make you a ripe target for next dinner party chit-chat. Vultures, a lot of them really. Or most of them, at least. There will always be good ones, like Rochelle Lee. But put your trust in the wrong person and you'll find yourself you will find yourself eagerly picked apart.
Yes, but Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting, he's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
Perhaps I'm being too rash, too hot-headed, and divulging the details. I thought myself clever with the plan to dress it up as gossip. Marianne raised a brow, make me unsure whether she is interested or not. Although it does not make things better if she has no interest and therefore has no hidden intent or utilize whatever I may say to her.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband. But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that romantic spark.
Hear me out. You never lose the romantic spark. You just stop working for it because you have it. More people should know that. It takes work to still feel the in love as years goes on. And if simply the other partner isn't willing to do the work, then it's harder for you to, feel the love when it's not coming from both people. That's my hot take.
What do you think?
You were asking for my personal opinion on the matter, ma'am? Do you want me to be honest, or...
Be honest with me, Marianne. I don't need someone to sugarcoat it. I'm not some fragile thing that I'm just going to break down at the slightest thing.
She hesitates, taking a sip of her coffee, while I stare into my own cup of tea. A silence stretches on, and I almost believe that she will never answer my question. I suppose that I shouldn't blame her putting her in a tight spot like this. Her hesitation is understandable, although I loathe to admit it. She simply wants this whole thing to stay professional. But then she speaks.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
It's my turn to hesitate now. I really didn't expect such straightforward question. And to get to the heart of the matter, I suppose I am not as clever as I'd like to think. Or is it really that bad that an outsider can see our little marital troubles? Surely we aren't that obvious, are we? We have put out the act of a perfect couple for years, although it hadn't been an act. Marianne is more than keen than an average person, of course. It is necessary to her career, and she has been working too closely with us. Yes, that's
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else.
That's
someone who won't even give him the time of the day. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. That's just my 2 pence worth, of course.
So you're saying they should divorce?
Nothing as drastic as that. If they're afraid that it might lead to just that, then maybe that is what's meant to happen in the first place.
Ooh. Whew. Out here speaking the truth. Yeah.
We shouldn't let our fear control our lives. But it's just a short hiatus is all. Or, couples therapy? Look, I'm really not the best person to ask about relationships, so grain of salt and all that.
She trails off, having said her piece, and leaves nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There was a calm despite the nature of what was just been discussed. To say that her words make me start to think it's an understatement. To say that I'm not considered her advice is a lie. And to say that this might just be calm before the storm is a possibility. Others have had a shorter marriage, yes, but plenty have celebrated a long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. But 7 years? 7 years isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things. It isn't a whole lot to the time to see what and where our relationship can bring us. And it's the same time 7 years. Well, it hadn't been entirely made up on happy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to, anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements will turn into all-out resentment. The idea would grow into hate. The idea that we will grow to hate each other with every fiber. Thank you. Every fiber of our being scares me. Even the pinpoint.
Hey, streamer. Someone gave you a head pat.
Thank you. I appreciate you. For the exact moment when our blissful union turned sour. We can get through this, right? I know I still do love him, and I feel there's a part of him that loves me in return. We just need to get our heads together and talk it out. Yes and no, because if he is that detached from the relationship already, the fact that he is not even willing to stay for your anniversary says a lot. More than it probably should at that point. Like, again, it's if he wanted to, he would. That one I live by now. If he wanted to, he would. There was a cough before Marianne clears her throat. I must have been quiet for so long. I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet, unsure on how to proceed. Some sorts of odd, awkward shuffle occurs, and we decide whether to sit back or down.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you.
Okay. So this is probably where I will have to cut it for today because I am getting a little tired and I want to get some proper sleep in tonight. I didn't have that, but I sort of had it yesterday, but not fully. So thank you so much for stopping by today. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Let me see if I can read off to anyone. Thank you for staying. Please take care of yourself. I will. Let's see. Ooh. Let's shoot it off to a wonderful friend of mine. I've made we have a raid message, but I have made some emotes for him before, so some of you know him, some of you don't. But I will shoot you over to my lovely friend, Paz, who is... is that... Yeah. I will shoot you over to him, and then I hope you guys are going to have a lovely rest of your night. I am going to dip out for today, and yeah. Bye-bye. Hope to see you tomorrow.